Chapter 165. When they returned to Yuan sect. All the players suddenly had the illusion of returning home. Although they had only been away for 2 or 3 days, the continuous fighting in the demon disaster made even the players feel mentally tired. However, after returning to Yuan sect, all the players immediately chose to submit the mission. This time, Qin Shujian gained a lot and was in a good mood. They were rewarded with 5 contribution points for killing a devil calamity. After all, there were also fallen bone demons and evil corpse bosses among them. Hence, the average reward for each kill was 5 contribution points, which was actually not a lot. But with the considerable number of kills that the players had, even if each kill was worth 5 contribution points, the final accumulation of contribution points could be said to be massive. Not to mention, after completing the mission, the massive amount of experience points directly filled the experience points of some of the 10th stage of the martial arts realm players. Damn it, if I do another mission like this, I can be promoted to an elite disciple. Liu Dazhong looked at the 1,700 contribution points on his identity token and felt that life was so beautiful for the first time. That was more than 1,700 contribution points. This was enough to be of great use. After all, entering the library as an inner disciple once and 3 times only gave him 200 contribution points. Looking at the full experience points, Liu Dazhong asked Miao Yuqing next to him, "Is your experience points full?" "Almost. Let's go to the practice hall to get the real martial realm cultivation method together." "That's fine, I'm not that far off anyway." Miao Yuqing looked at the almost full experience bar and nodded in agreement. Any inner disciple who had reached the 10th stage of the martial arts realm, they could go to the practice hall to get the next level of the real martial realm cultivation method. This was another benefit of joining the sect. On this day, many people went to the practice hall to get the real martial realm cultivation method. After all, to get the true martial chapter cultivation method, they had to enter the 3rd floor of the library. Instead of spending contribution points to learn the cultivation method, why not take it for free? Inner disciple Wang Ju, variant human, successfully promoted to an elite disciple. Inner disciple Liu Bai, variant human, successfully promoted to an elite disciple. In the bedroom, Qin Shujian was studying the storage ring when the system message appeared in his mind. Elite disciple. To be honest, those who were promoted to elite disciples had probably killed a lot of enemies during the devil calamity. As soon as the words potential appeared in his mind, he threw the matter of the players to the back of his mind. The matter of the players was not the most important thing to him right now. The most important thing right now was, they were the 2 cultivation methods and martial arts that were placed in front of him. Great Dream Spirit Capturing Skill, Spiritual High Grade, Great Wasteland Devil Suppressing Seal, Mid-Grade Divine Rank. To be honest, Qin Shujian had always thought that the spiritual level cultivation technique and divine level martial arts that the Marquis of Northern Cloud had given him were of low grade. But now, it seemed that he was wrong. The upper level Great Dream Capturing Spirit technique could be trained to the peak of the spiritual martial force. Although the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal wasn't a high-grade god martial artifact, it was still a mid-grade god martial artifact. According to Qin Shujian's estimation, it was probably worth a fortune. There was no hesitation. He immediately flipped open the 2 cultivation methods and martial arts. You've learned the high-grade spirit rank Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique. You've learned the mid-grade divine ranked Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. In an instant, the entire contents of the 2 cultivation methods and martial arts had already appeared in his mind. When he looked at the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique in detail, Qin Shujian finally understood what the spiritual martial force was. If one were to say that the basic martial realm meant that one's physical body had reached the state of being one with the elements, then one's physical body would have no flaws. Then the true martial force was to cultivate the true essence to the peak and make the qi reach perfection. If the corporeal body was not lacking or leaking, then it was essence. The perfect true essence was qi. When the essence was deduced to the peak, then it would naturally be able to give birth to the spirit. The spiritual martial force. Cultivation was the spirit. Spiritual sense attacks and controlling objects to kill people were all methods of the spiritual martial force. If the true martial force realm is a step towards the transcendent realm, then the spiritual martial force realm is probably closer to the transcendent realm. Qin Shujian thought in his heart. Then, he looked at the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Looking at the mid-grade God martial artifact, this was the highest grade of martial arts that he had ever obtained. A mid-grade true rank Wisdom King prison-breaking saber had already increased his battle strength by a lot. Now, the mid-grade God rank Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal was the truly terrifying part. However, he glanced at his source of life. Qin Shujian could only helplessly shake his head. Too little. After continuous consumption, now there was less than 10,000 life source left. Other than being able to upgrade some low-level martial arts or the martial arts chapter of the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique, there was no other use. After thinking about it, he still hadn't used up the last of his life source. What if he wanted to issue a mission or something? It would be very awkward to have no life source. As for the remaining 10 high-grade true rank martial arts, Qin Shujian looked at them and put them aside. With the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, looking at the true rank martial arts again, he always felt that it was a little lacking. Putting aside the matter of the martial arts, Qin Shujian took out the 1,000 mountain blood and placed it in front of him. Looking at the 20 points of luck value on it, he didn't know whether it was better to leave it for the fusion of martial arts or to directly pile it on the 1,000 mountain blood. Just like that, a man and a saber quietly stayed there, no one making a sound. Until more than an hour later, Qin Shujian picked up the 1,000 mountain blood and directly threw 10 luck points in. In an instant, on the crystal-like long saber, there was another engraved pattern, followed by a strong thought rising from the saber. Buzz, an invisible wave swept in all directions. In Yuan sect. At this moment, all the swords and weapons began to vibrate. It was as if they had encountered something terrifying, or as if they were welcoming a supreme existence. A sudden change. It shocked many people. However, no one knew where this change came from. And in the bedroom, looking at the 1,000 mountain blood that had already transformed into a high-grade spirit weapon, Qin Shujian didn't have much joy on his face. After all, there was a reason. It was because the sect was still at level 3. The consumption of 10 luck points. It wasn't enough to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Looking at the remaining 10 luck points, Qin Shujian's mind moved slightly, and another luck point fell on the 1,000 mountain blood. In an instant, a third, almost undetectable, shallow pattern appeared. 2 points. 3 points. When Qin Shujian threw in another 5 luck points, he finally felt the transformation of Yuan sect's luck, and received the corresponding message. Yuan sect is favored by heaven and earth, and its luck is at its peak. It has been upgraded to a level 4 force. Level 4 force, Yuan sect's members, except for mutants, have their realms upgraded by 5 levels, can't exceed spiritual martial realm. Yuan sect's influence has expanded. As a Yuan sect member, your realm has been upgraded. As you are already at level 10 of the true martial realm, your realm upgrade has failed. You have received an additional 20,000 HP. Boom. Zheng Fang, who was teaching in the drill hall, suddenly had a surge in his aura. His original level of level 3 of the true martial realm directly rose to level 8 of the true martial realm, reaching the level of physical invulnerability. With the help of imparting elder, his realm was directly stabilized at the peak of level 10 of the true martial realm. The players who were listening to the lecture were suddenly shocked by this burst of aura. Looking at Zheng Fang, who had his eyes closed in front of them, their faces were full of shock. What was going on? How could a lecture break through his realm? This scene. It happened everywhere in the Yuan sect. A disciple at level 10 of the basic martial realm directly leaped to level 4 of the true martial realm, who was in the inner invulnerability realm. Those who were elders had basically reached level 2 of the true martial realm. At this moment, they had directly crossed the boundary of the inner invulnerability realm and become level 7 of the true martial realm, who was in the outer invulnerability realm. With the help of other forces within the Yuan sect, They were on par with the peak of the true martial realm. The terrifying aura of everyone's breakthrough gathered together, directly shaking the clouds and dispersing them. Even the entire Liangshan True Dominion felt this pervasive aura. What happened? Zhong Baicheng, who was in the true martial realm, directly walked out of the study. Feeling the pressure on his heart, he couldn't keep calm. Mayor Hong Bin, who was also in the true martial realm, rushed over at this moment. Seeing this, Zhong Baicheng immediately asked, "What happened?" "I'm not sure either." Hong Bin's face was full of shock and confusion. He was also at a loss about the sudden change. Investigate it right now." In the Ox Demon Cave, Ox Demon Lord, who had quietly broken through to the true martial realm, only raised his eyelids. Then, he turned sideways and went back to sleep. No one else knew what was going on. The Ox Demon Cave was so close to the Yuan sect, so how could it not know? That valiant aura had clearly erupted from the Yuan sect. Ox Demon Lord, who had already paid the protection fee, thought that the stronger the Yuan sect was, the better. After all, the Yuan sect had been able to easily crush the Ox Demon Cave yesterday. Today's Yuan sect would be no different. On the contrary, the stronger the Yuan sect was, the safer he would be. Qin Shujian also sensed the Yuan sect's words. The level up of a level 4 force had allowed the Yuan sect to have over 1,000 inner invulnerability realm experts. That terrifying aura gathered together, even he felt his heart tremble. Over 1,000 inner invulnerability realm experts and 10 outer invulnerability realm experts. Even someone like him, who was at the peak of level 10 of the true martial realm, would have to turn and run 1,573 inner invulnerability realm experts and 10 outer invulnerability realm experts. I'm afraid that not many people in the True Dominion can contend with such strength. Qin Shujian muttered. According to his understanding, an inner invulnerability realm expert was already a true blue elder in the sects he had come into contact with. Experts like this, the Yuan sect had 1,573 of them. One level up of the force had directly changed the bird gun into a cannon. Qin Shujian suddenly realized that if these NPCs wanted to increase their strength, it would be faster to rely on the power of the force to increase their strength. When the erupting aura gradually subsided, his gaze landed on the 1,000 mountain blood. At that moment, the third line path was already somewhat obvious. The three lines gathered together and wriggled a little before directly forming a mysterious symbol. However, when one looked at it carefully, one would realize that the symbol was still somewhat incomplete. When one looked at the 1,000 mountain blood's attribute again, Qin Shujian's gaze suddenly froze. A half-step Dao weapon. Chapter 166. Half-step Dao artifact. Looking at the crystal-like blade, even if there was no drive, its sharpness was revealed, causing the temperature of the entire room to drop a few degrees. Even his invincible Vajra level 1 body had the illusion of being torn apart by this sharpness. This was a half-step Dao artifact. As long as it was tainted with the words Dao artifact. Even if it was not a complete Dao artifact, it was not something a spirit artifact could compare to. How strong was a Dao artifact? Qin Shujian only needed to think of the battle in the desolate ordinary realm before, when Li Guang'an used half a Dao artifact broken arrow to directly injure the gooey water evil lord, he could tell. When he seriously looked at the incomplete symbols on the crystal blade, a mysterious feeling welled up in his heart. Even the Raging Flame technique and 100 Rivers Sea technique that had reached the true martial chapter were faintly touched. As for the Great Dream Capturing Spirit technique that was still at the first level of the basic martial chapter, it directly jumped to the third level of the basic martial realm. In addition to that, all the martial arts that he cultivated had reached a certain level of comprehension, and his understanding had also deepened by a few degrees. The mortal lower level 7 leaf flower piercing palm had quietly risen from the perfection stage to the greater perfection stage. You have observed the incomplete Dao aura, and your cultivation has improved. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian's mind shook violently. Incomplete Dao aura. Just by carefully observing, one could comprehensively improve one's cultivation technique and martial arts. This was the same as the principle of one method being able to learn all methods. Enlightenment. It was an all-round improvement. At this moment, Qin Shujian already understood the terror of a Dao artifact. It could be called a sect's most precious treasure. Any sect. The existence of a Dao artifact was equivalent to having an undying inheritance. After all, comprehending the Dao aura on a Dao artifact could directly improve one's cultivation technique and martial arts. How could such an existence be compared to ordinary things? After suppressing the shock in his heart, Qin Shujian looked at the extra 20,000 life sources, and then looked at the plus sign behind the Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal. With a thought. 10,000 life sources consumed. The Great Desolate Demon Suppressing Seal directly rose to the next level. At this point, his gains from the Devil Calamity in the Desolate Ordinary Realm had been completely depleted. No, the trip to the new Ordinary Realm in a few days hasn't been taken into account yet. Qin Shujian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. Then, he fetched a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. He recorded the Great Dream Spirit Capturing Technique and the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. However, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal, a mid-grade divine ranked martial art, wasn't just a simple description of cultivation, it also required a cultivator's essence, energy, and spirit to gather. Qin Shujian could not help but meditate on the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal in his mind. He slowly wrote with his brush, and the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi instantly gathered at the tip of the brush, finally soaking the paper. 5 hours passed. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth receded. The originally pure white Shen paper was now dyed with a faint green color. Under the influence of the spiritual energy, what should have been an ordinary Shen paper had shockingly transformed into spiritual paper. In addition, it carried Qin Shujian's understanding and thoughts of the Great Wasteland Devil Suppressing Seal, making it even more extraordinary. Shortly after, he once again completely wrote down the true martial chapter of the Yuan Canon. Qin Shujian went straight to the library after he finished writing the 3 cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as the 10 top-grade true rank martial arts. Now, the person overseeing the first floor of the book collection pavilion was also an expert of the 4th level of the true martial realm. Sovereign. En. Qin Shujian made a soft sound of acknowledgement and went straight into the library. At this moment, there were many people in the book collection pavilion. Seeing Qin Shujian enter, they all stood up and bowed. Qin Shujian also nodded and directly went to the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion. Now that there was a lot of contribution points in the inventory of players, there were also many people who entered the 3rd floor of the book collection pavilion to learn true ranked martial arts. Greetings, Sovereign. You guys take a look. Qin Shujian stopped the other people from standing up and bowing. Then he went to a bookshelf and placed all the true ranked martial arts on it. Then he found the incomplete true martial chapter of the Yuan Canon that was placed here before. Under the astonished gaze of a player, he directly took it from his hands. Immediately after, Qin Shujian directly went to the 4th floor of the book collection pavilion. What's the situation? Could it be that the Yuan Canon is now on the 4th floor? The player who had his cultivation technique taken away was still in a confused state. He had spent contribution points to enter. What was the meaning of this now? But very quickly, this player was attracted by the low cries of others and couldn't help but stand up and walk over. High-grade true ranked martial arts, damn, all of them are high-grade true ranked martial art. The complete true martial chapter of the Yuan Canon has also become high-grade true ranked. Doesn't that mean I don't have to worry about true martial realm cultivation techniques anymore? Enduring the pain of entering the book collection pavilion once, I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. The players were abnormally excited. This wave of blood was not a loss. Even the people waiting in the resting area walked over at this moment. Because the cultivation techniques and martial arts within the book collection pavilion were limited, it was impossible for everyone to enter and immediately study. If the cultivation techniques and martial arts that they wanted were in the hands of others, they would need to wait in the resting area. Otherwise, once the time was up, they would be kicked out. Only by waiting in the resting area would they not waste the time in the book collection pavilion. Now that Qin Shujian had added 10 more martial arts to the third floor, naturally more people could comprehend and cultivate at the same time. Not to mention the commotion caused by the third floor. There was no one on the fourth floor of the book collection pavilion. Middle-grade Divine Martial Great Desolation Demon Suppressing Seal and high-grade Spirit Rank Great Dream Capturing Spirit Technique were all placed on the fourth floor by Qin Shujian. There are still too few cultivation techniques and martial arts. Qin Shujian looked at the empty fourth floor and then thought of the first 3 floors when he came up. He couldn't help but shake his head. With his strength alone, even if he tried his best to collect cultivation techniques and martial arts, it would still be an extremely difficult matter to fill the book collection pavilion. Very quickly, Qin Shujian turned around and went down. After leaving the book collection pavilion, he went straight to the mission hall. Then someone found out. Next to the permanent mission of collecting materials, there was an additional permanent mission of collecting cultivation techniques and martial arts. As long as the cultivation techniques and martial arts that the book collection pavilion didn't have, they would be able to obtain the corresponding contribution points. Drawing the sword, sheathing the sword, drawing the sword, sheathing the sword. Peng Qing had been repeating this action. The simple action of drawing the sword and sheathing the sword, when performed by him, had a different charm. Since entering the game, he had drawn the sword millions of times. Besides the normal eating and resting, the rest of the time was spent on practicing drawing the sword. Since he was a child, Peng Qing had always had a dream of being a hero, hoping that one day he could become a real hero. For this, he had also visited many famous martial arts schools or sects, but found that the things inside were just to fool people. Over time, Peng Qing could only extinguish the thought in his heart. Until this game came out, when he entered the game, he found that this was the world of his dreams. After completing a hidden mission, Peng Qing received a mission of drawing the sword 5 million times. Inheritance mission. The strong in the world can endure what ordinary people can't. You have to draw the sword 5 million times in 3 months to receive the next stage of the mission. Mission progress, 49862105000000. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure, lose the inheritance. In the bamboo forest. There seemed to be a breeze, blowing the bamboo leaves and making a rustling sound. Peng Qing felt that the sword in his hand was no longer as simple as a sword. Every time he unsheathed the sword, he felt the existence of the wind. Gradually, he was immersed in it. The sword was moving. The wind was moving too. The breeze in the bamboo forest gradually turned into a strong wind, and then into a fierce wind, until the end. Strong winds howled past, and the invisible wind force was like a chaotic blade blowing through the bamboo forest. When Peng Qing drew his saber and slashed out again, thousands of strong winds swept out like a chaotic blade, completely flattening the bamboo forest before him. After 5 million draws, you have successfully comprehended the martial art Frenzy Blade Slash. Your mission has been completed. You are rewarded with a huge amount of experience points. The next phase of the mission begins. Looking at the ravaged bamboo forest in front of him, Peng Qing's heart calmed down. There was no surprise or joy like he had expected. 5 million draws had greatly trained his temperament. You, who have comprehended the Frenzy Blade Slash, have the qualifications to become an area master. The basic martial arts realm is only the foundation. If you want to become a true expert, you must break through to a higher realm. You can now consider leaving the ordinary realm to break through to the true martial arts realm, or break through the shackles of the ordinary realm. An old voice came from the ring on Peng Qing's right middle finger. This was the other reward he had received after completing the hidden mission. A spatial ring with a weapon spirit. According to the weapon spirit, the other party was the servant of the expert who had given him the mission. He called himself Dao Nu. Area Master. Peng Qing muttered to himself. Then he looked at the next phase of the mission, and his face darkened. Inheritance mission. Only a true expert is worthy of the supreme inheritance. Becoming an area master is your first step to becoming an expert. Mission requirement. Become an area master. Mission reward. Unknown. Mission failure, lose the inheritance. Dao Enyu's words seemed to let him think about it. However, the mission showed that there was only one path he could take. Become an area master. As for giving up the inheritance mission, it was impossible. What was the point of drawing the sword 5 million times in 3 months? Wasn't it to obtain the complete inheritance? Then Peng Qing looked at his own attributes. The basic martial arts chapter of the Divine Blade Codex's experience bar was full. After entering the game, although he didn't really fight monsters to level up, every time he drew the sword, he would gain a small amount of experience. After drawing the sword 5 million times, his realm naturally reached the 10th level of the basic martial arts realm. As for the massive amount of EXP rewarded, his EXP bar was full to the brim. If it wasn't for the shackles of the ordinary realm. At this moment, he was a true martial arts realm expert. Peng Qing raised his head to look at the sky. In his line of sight, there were black threads intertwined into a large net. The moment he saw the net, thunder rumbled in the sky. The heavens and earth had sensed that someone was about to break through the shackles. Feeling the terrifying power of the thunder in the sky, Peng Qing's right hand gripped the hilt of the sword. His mind returned to the calmness he had when he drew the sword 5 million times. Then, a gust of wind blew. With a slash of the sword, the gust of wind turned into a flurry of blades that swept through the sky, slashing directly at the black net. Frenzied blade flurry slash. Chapter 167. That's awesome. It's actually possible to become a domain lord. I'm begging for this big shot's contact information. What about the sect? Has the big shot established a sect yet? Please wait for me. The first player to break through the shackles and become a domain lord caused a sensation among the player group. On the forum, there were posts about breaking through the ordinary realm everywhere. Because, before this, many top players in the game had tried to break through the shackles of the ordinary realm, but without exception, all of them failed. Some of the more serious ones. One failure directly dropped them out of the first echelon. After a long time, no one was stubborn enough to try again. Because some people guessed that perhaps it was impossible for players to become a domain lord. Only NPCs in the game had such privileges. But now, the appearance of a newly promoted domain lord completely reversed the situation. For a time, the originally quiet atmosphere of being a domain lord spread among the players again. To be able to become a domain lord, no player would refuse. This kind of thing that could bring both fame and fortune, there were many people who pursued it. Domain lord. Cao Hong's killing of monsters paused slightly. Hearing the words of the person beside him, his expression was somewhat subtle. It was different from when he was in the novice village. At this time, he was also a true martial realm expert. He was fortunate enough to enter a large sect and become a direct disciple. In the player group, people like Cao Hong were already considered to be doing very well. However, there was always a thorn in Cao Hong's heart. After entering the game for so long, the NPC that he had fallen to the hands of the most was none other than the Liangshan stronghold master. The reason why he was able to grow so quickly was also because of this anger in his heart. Not steaming a bun to fight for his dignity. This was the first time he had been abused so badly by an NPC. If he didn't get back at him, Cao Hong would feel uncomfortable for the rest of his life. Have you contacted the players who joined Yuan sect? Cao Hong tilted his head and looked at Liu Qinghong beside him. Maybe they were like-minded, or maybe they were in the same boat. He found that Liu Qinghong was also a player who had been oppressed by the Liangshan stronghold master and immediately walked together with him. Hearing this, Liu Qinghong said in a deep voice, I just received news that Yuan sect suddenly has more than 1,000 inner energy realm experts. It should be a level up. More than 1,000 inner energy realm expert. Cao Hong's face immediately darkened, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. What kind of concept was over 1,000 inner aura practitioners? Even in the sect he was currently in, there were less than 2 digits of inner energy realm experts. It also meant that his original plan of using the current sect to fight to the death with Sky Origin sect had fallen through. With over 1,000 inner energy stage martial artists, a collective fart would probably be enough to destroy his sect. F***ck. Cao Hong couldn't help but curse. He said angrily, "Is this mother King Liangshan stockade master cheating? More than 1,000 inner aura realm martial artists, why doesn't he go to heaven? I've bribed a few players to observe Sky Origin sect situation. Let's see if we can help Cold Mountain Chieftain. This NPC can fly faster than us players. If this goes on, the chances of us taking revenge will become lower and lower." Liu Qinghong's expression was also extremely ugly. His anger towards Qin Shujian was no less than Cao Hong's. Being killed while playing games was actually a very normal thing. However, this was the first time they had encountered someone as ruthless as Mount Liang's fort master. Even Liu Qinghong, Cao Hong, and the others had already contacted the players who had been persecuted and secretly formed an alliance to destroy Qin. As for who this Qin was, needless to say, they were all well aware. I plan to do that mission first and get the follow-up cultivation technique. What do you plan to do? Let's go together. Liu Qinghong looked at his mission and finally sighed. Inside Sky Origin sect, Qin Shujian had been living in seclusion for the past few days. Since he had obtained a new cultivation technique, he naturally had to cultivate more. When he was free, he would try to comprehend the incomplete seal on the Thousand Mountain Blood. However, as he comprehended it more and more, in addition, because the seal was incomplete, the help it could provide was getting smaller and smaller. As Sky Origin sect's strength grew stronger, Qin Shujian suddenly had the idea of opening the mountain gate to the public. A fourth-grade force can raise the realm of 5,000 people. However, excluding the players, there are only about 1,000 people. If this goes on, it will be a waste of a lot of power. Moreover, Sky Origin sect now occupies Mount Liang, Stone Forest, and Shining Plains. The current number of people is still too little. Not long after the rebel army was annihilated, Qin Shujian sent people to take over Shining Plains. As for the newbie village on Shining Plains, he didn't touch it. For the current him, the life source that the low-level players could provide wasn't much. Moreover, rather than killing the players, it was better to use it as a reserve force and think of a way to incorporate it into Sky Origin sect. After all, Qin Shujian had already tasted the benefits of the player's life source contribution. No one would reject the idea of earning life source while lying down at home. The day before he went to Ancient City, Qin Shujian summoned all the elders in Chengwu Hall. Sect Master. After seeing Qin Shujian, everyone immediately bowed. Take a seat, Qin Shujian said calmly. In his eyes, everyone's attributes were revealed. Without exception, they were all physical invulnerability experts. Even the bonus from the position of elder had increased his rank by 1 realm. In other words, among the people present, as long as they were within the Sky Origin sect sphere of influence, the lowest cultivation level was at the 9th level of the true martial realm. The highest cultivation level was at the peak of the 10th level of the true martial realm. However, they had truly reached the peak of the true martial realm. Only Zheng Fang and Wang Taizhu were present. When the spirit eye flickered, everyone's loyalty appeared in Qin Shujian's eyes. Compared to the past, this time, everyone's loyalty had increased a lot. The lowest level was at least 95 points, which was close to the level of diehard loyalty. As for Zheng Fang, his loyalty had reached 99 points. He was very close to being no different from the original mountain bandits of Cold Mountain Stronghold. Everyone should be very clear that the Sky Origin sect has been promoted to a level 4 force. Following Qin Shujian's words, the rest of the people's expressions turned solemn as they listened attentively. Now that the Sky Origin sect's strength has increased steadily, I believe that not many sects in the True Dominion can compare to it. Although the Sky Origin sect controls 3 territories of the Cold Mountain True Dominion, it has always been based on the Cold Mountain True Dominion. But all this time, we've only used Cold Mountain as our base. We rarely manage the Stone Forest and Shining Plains. While speaking, Qin Shujian looked at everyone's expression and continued. Apart from the 3 elders of martial arts imparting, mountain guarding, and law enforcement, Elder Wang Taizhu, and Elder Shu Yuanming, the rest of the elders need to leave Cold Mountain and set up a mountain in other regions. Each elder can bring 100 inner invulnerability experts with them. Hearing this, apart from Zheng Fang and a few others, everyone's expression changed slightly. Set up a mountain. This seemed to be an act of delegating power, but not many people were willing to do so. Not to mention anything else, in terms of spiritual energy, there was no place comparable to Cold Mountain. Cultivating here for a day was equivalent to cultivating outside for 2 or 3 days. However, although Qin Shujian's words were calm, they contained an undeniable meaning. In addition, his influence in the Sky Origin sect was getting stronger and stronger. No one dared to refute him. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's expression eased a little. He smiled faintly. In half a month, the Sky Origin sect will open. Any elder who sets up a mountain will be able to take in disciples. It doesn't matter if it's an ordinary person or an expert. As long as they have a good character and are talented, they can enter our Sky Origin sect. Yes, sect master. Zheng Hong and a few others looked at each other. They all cupped their hands and replied at the same time. If that was the case, they could accept it. After all, although the position of an elder was respected in the Sky Origin sect, apart from the 5 elders, the others didn't have much real power. But if they set up another mountain and could take in disciples of their own faction, it would be completely different. Subsequently, after Qin Shujian gave a few instructions, the rest of the people left. Another mountain. For Zheng Hong and the others, this wasn't a small matter. This was equivalent to establishing a branch of the Sky Origin sect. In addition, the matter of 100 inner invulnerability experts needed to be carefully selected. Just as the other elders were making preparations, Qin Shujian was also preparing to leave for the ancient city. He wasn't too worried about whether his decision this time would affect the separation of the Yuan sect. First of all, there was the issue of loyalty. As long as he could grasp the loyalty of others, he wouldn't have to worry about the possibility of betrayal. In addition, letting the other elders set up a branch of the Sky Origin sect was equivalent to expanding the influence of the Sky Origin sect. By then, there would be hundreds or thousands of people in one faction. Would he be afraid that he wouldn't be able to harvest more life sources? Ancient City. After spending half a day, Qin Shujian also arrived at the place on the agreed day. Marquis Baiyun's villa. When Qin Shujian arrived, someone had already welcomed him in. When he entered, he realized that he was the last one to arrive. The people from the other sects had already arrived. He consciously found a seat and sat down. The people from the other sects all cupped their hands and greeted him. Qin Shujian also greeted them one by one. Soon, an unfamiliar old man walked in. "My name is Xiao Hong. I will lead you to the Beichuan territory this time. However, before that, please return the pass tokens in your hands." Xiao Hong's eyes were cloudy and he looked like an old man. However, no one dared to underestimate him because of this. After all, since he was Marquis Baiyun's man, he couldn't be weak. In addition, the people present looked at Xiao Hong as if they were looking at an ordinary person. They were even more shocked. As soon as Xiao Hong finished speaking, several attendants came in with trays in their hands and then walked in front of the experts of the sects. Looking at the attendant in front of him, Qin Shujian directly took out his pass token and placed it on the tray. The others did the same. Very soon, all the pass tokens had been handed over. Xiao Hong waved his hand and the attendants left with the trays. Chapter 168. The ordinary realm we're going to this time was born 3 years ago. The demons that were born in it have been suppressed. In order to avoid fighting, all parties have agreed on a time to enter together. Xiao Hong looked at the crowd and said, "You have to remember that although the ordinary realm is in the Beichuan territory, there are still people from other mansions who will explore it. There are some things that I don't need to say." Hearing this, the others were thoughtful. Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. At first, he thought that the quota given by Marquis Baiyun belonged to him or the ordinary realm of the Baiyun mansion. But now it seemed that they were not the only ones who wanted to go to the ordinary realm to fight for the treasures. Xiao Hong's meaning was very straightforward. Benefits moved people. Especially in the newly born ordinary realm, there were many treasures, which were even more tempting. Fight. Fight. When the time came, it would be inevitable. Then, Xiao Hong said a few more words, got up, and led the crowd out of Marquis Baiyun Mansion. Qin Shujian walked behind, feeling a little excited. He knew very well that Xiao Hong was going to take them to the teleportation gate. As for the teleportation gate, Qin Shujian had only heard of it but had never seen it. It was more like a legend to him. They walked along the street. Xiao Hong walked at the front, followed by Qin Shujian and the other experts of the sect. No one spoke easily, and the group maintained a certain silence. About 10 minutes later, the pedestrians and people around had disappeared, replaced by a small inner city, which was heavily guarded. I'm here to borrow the teleportation gate on the order of Marquis Baiyun. Xiao Hong took out a token and handed it to the general guarding the city. The general took a few glances at the token and immediately returned it respectfully. Then, he stepped aside and waved his hand. Open the city gate. Then, the city gate slowly opened. Xiao Hong nodded slightly and then went in first. The same went for Qin Shujian and the others. The teleportation gate of any city is heavily guarded because it concerns the lifeline of the city. Anyone who trespasses on the teleportation gate without permission, regardless of their identity, will be killed on the spot. After entering the inner city, Xiao Hong suddenly said again. The others listened in silence. There were many things that the true Dominion sect could not understand. It could even be said that, among the people present, only a few had actually seen a teleportation gate before. All the way forward, there were heavy guards along the way. The city walls were equipped with bows and crossbows, and an invisible murderous aura filled the air. Humans had qi and blood. The army had its soul. A powerful army could disperse the qi and blood of an expert with their aura alone. Obviously. Currently, the troops in the inner city were the true elites of the ancient city. Not long after, an altar that was about 10 feet high appeared in front of everyone. There were 4 people sitting cross-legged around the altar. Qin Shujian was able to sense the powerful aura emanating from the other party. Then, he scanned them with his spiritual eye and discovered that they were all 10th level true martial realm cultivators. When they sensed that someone had arrived, the 4 of them opened their eyes. One of them asked, "May I know who you are?" "I am Xiao Hong. I am here to borrow the teleportation gate on the orders of Marquis Baiyun." Xiao Hong cupped his hand slightly and took out his identity token and a long jade box. Then, he used his quintessential essence to send the 2 items over. The person who had spoken reached out and took a look at the token. Then, he exchanged glances with the others and stood up from the ground. He used his quintessential essence to return the token. "Oh, it's housekeeper Xiao. I have been rude. You are welcome." Xiao Hong smiled slightly and took the token. Then, the person opened the jade box and revealed 6 crystal-clear stones the size of a baby's fist. The moment the stones appeared, the surrounding spirit qi of heaven and earth became denser. Everyone's gazes were focused on the stone. Their eyes were burning with excitement. It could attract the spirit qi of heaven and earth once it appeared. Such an item was definitely a treasure. Spirit stones. Yang Zhongning's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Hearing that, Qin Shujian was also shocked. Spirit stones. The treasures born naturally were the embodiment of the spirit qi of heaven and earth condensed to the extreme. He had only seen them in records. It was the first time he had seen the real thing, so he did not recognize them immediately. "Please go to the altar first." "Let's go." Xiao Hongchuan walked up the stairs and arrived at the altar. Then, the others followed him. When they arrived at the altar, they found that there were runes engraved on the altar, which converged into a 6-star array. There was a groove at each corner of the array. When everyone went up the altar, the person took out 6 spirit stones and placed them in the 6 grooves on the altar. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the altar. A 6-star arc emerged from it, and then the whole altar was covered with a faint blue light. Qin Shujian only felt a thick energy enveloping his body. In an instant, the stars moved. A powerful force erupted from nowhere, trying to destroy his body. But wrapped in the thick energy, the destructive force was blocked and offset. It seemed like a moment. But it also seemed like a long time. When Qin Shujian came to his senses, he found that he had appeared in another place. His qi and blood were trembling. His body was buzzing. This was the first time Qin Shujian felt the turbulent qi and blood in someone else's body. Even Gui Haichuan and other experts at the peak of the real martial arts realm looked pale at this time, as if they had just experienced something terrible. Their qi and blood had not calmed down yet. At this time, the people guarding the altar saw the sudden appearance of the crowd and immediately asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Xiao Hong. I'm here on the order of Marquis Baiyun." Xiao Hong handed over his identity token. That person took it and looked at it for a while, and then returned it respectfully. In Baiyun Mansion, Marquis Baiyun's people were respected. After all, he was a 7th grade official. And to be able to become Marquis Baiyun's person, he must be extremely powerful. Then, Xiao Hong led everyone away from the altar. The inner city was similar to the inner city. At most, it was only a little bigger than the ancient city. After walking out of the inner city, Qin Shujian found that everything he saw was completely different from the ancient city. This is Yang City, located in the Chuanyang True Domain of the Beichuan Big Region. The new ordinary realm is also close to the Chuanyang True Domain. Everyone, please go to the villa to rest for the night. You can go to the ordinary realm tomorrow. When they arrived at Marquis Baiyun's villa, Xiao Hong arranged for people to settle down, but before he left, he took a few more glances at Qin Shujian. For the sect master of Yuan sect, Marquis Baiyun had also specially asked him to pay attention to him. When they came out of the teleportation gate, Xiao Hong had been paying attention to Qin Shujian's every move. In the end, he was secretly surprised. One had to know. When passing through the teleportation gate, one would definitely be affected by the power of space. Although the power of the spirit stones protected those who entered the teleportation gate, under the impact of the overflowing power of space, their qi and blood would still be boiling and their bodies would be unstable. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't use the teleportation gate continuously. At most, they would need to rest for a day or two after using it 2 or 3 times. Otherwise, their bodies would be continuously impacted by the power of space and they would easily collapse. However, from Xiao Hong's observation, Qin Shujian's qi and blood were stable and his body was unharmed. In such a situation, only people with extremely strong bodies would appear. It was a little shocking that a real martial arts realm cultivator's body was so strong that even the teleportation gate couldn't shake it. Qin Shujian didn't know what Xiao Hong was thinking. Instead, he was led by the servant to a side room to rest. At night, Qin Shujian, who was originally cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. "Sect Master Qin, are you here? Gui Haichuan is here to visit." "Gui Haichuan?" Qin Shujian frowned slightly, but he still waved his quintessential essence and opened the door. He said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Gui Haichuan, come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened as Gui Haichuan strode in from outside. Qin Shujian also got off the bed and walked to the table to sit down. Then, he picked up the teapot that was still warm and took 2 cups, filling them with tea. "Sect Master Gui Haichuan, please have some tea." "Thank you." Gui Haichuan didn't stand on ceremony as he sat down in an imposing manner. "Sect Master Gui Haichuan, may I know why you are visiting me so late at night? May I ask if Sect Master Qin is currently at the peak of the true martial realm?" Gui Haichuan looked at him with a burning gaze. Qin Shujian's hand that was drinking tea paused slightly. After pondering for a moment, he didn't deny it and said with a nod, "Due to fate, I barely reached the 10th level of the true martial realm. Sect Master Qin's talent is truly astonishing." When Gui Haichuan heard that, he couldn't help but be shocked even though he had already guessed it. "This is the first time I've heard of Sect Master Qin's cultivation rising so quickly." With that said, Gui Haichuan's eyes burned once again as he said in a deep voice, "Sect Master Qin, do you still remember what I said to you back then?" What he said back then? Qin Shujian frowned and shook his head. That was just a joke, Sect Master Gui Haichuan. I didn't take it seriously. I never joke. Is that true, Sect Master Gui Haichuan? Qin Shujian also put down the teacup in his hand and looked at Gui Haichuan with a strange gaze. Where did the other party's confidence come from, to dare to challenge him? If they really fought, he was afraid that he would kill the other party with one blow. To tell the truth, he had a good impression of Gui Haichuan. This kind of person was more upright, unlike those petty people who acted one way in front of others. Therefore, if possible, Qin Shujian really didn't want to kill him. Gui Haichuan clearly didn't guess Qin Shujian's thoughts and said with a serious expression, Qin Shujian is now at the peak of the true martial realm. One more step and you will reach the spirit martial realm. With your status as a domain lord, you shouldn't go to spirit realm to break through. But anyone who could become a domain lord was a proud and arrogant person. Gui Haichuan knew very well that the probability of him going to spirit realm to break through was not high. Breaking through the shackles of the true dominion is different from breaking through the shackles of the ordinary dominion. Only a handful of people have been able to break through the shackles of the true dominion and advance to the spirit realm. You want to break through the shackles? Qin Shujian, who could tell what Gui Haichuan was thinking, looked at him with a slightly solemn expression. Break through the shackles. He had never expected Gui Haichuan to be so arrogant. What was the other party's intention for coming over now? It couldn't be, he wanted to use him to complete this step. Chapter 169. Everyone at the peak of the real martial realm wants to do that. However, it is extremely difficult to break through the shackles. Even I am not confident. Gui Haichuan sighed before he looked at Qin Shujian and said, I, Sect Master Guan, have also comprehended saber intent. Let's spar and verify each other's paths. Who knows, we might be able to seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Indeed. After hearing Gui Haichuan's words, Qin Shujian finally understood why he was so eager to challenge him. To put it bluntly, he was still unwilling to yield to the shackles of heaven and earth and wanted to break through this barrier. However, he was not confident. Therefore, he wanted to make use of him to increase his strength as much as possible at the peak of the real martial realm. However, Qin Shujian really wanted to tell her to go to sleep and stop overthinking things. However, Gui Haichuan's burning fighting spirit prevented him from saying anything. How about this, after this trip to the ordinary realm, if Sect Master Gui Haichuan still wants to do this, I will wait for you at the origin sec. Okay. Gui Haichuan nodded immediately. Subsequently, he got up and left. The Sect Master of the Heaven Saber sect came quickly and left quickly as well. There was no sense of hesitation at all. Looking at Gui Haichuan who had left, Qin Shujian shook his head and got up to close the door. He then returned to his bed and sat cross-legged to cultivate the Great Dream Spirit Capture Technique. He had cultivated the Great Dream Spirit Capture Technique to the 10th level of the basic martial realm. Above that was the true martial technique. It had to be said that the upper spiritual technique was indeed much more mysterious than those below the spiritual level. In the same realm, those who cultivated the Great Dream Spirit Capture Technique were obviously stronger than those who cultivated lower-level techniques. However, this was merely a comparison of ordinary cultivation methods. If it was the true martial technique now, the upper spiritual technique of the true martial technique was completely superior to the Great Dream Spirit Capture Technique. This cultivation method, which was formed by the fusion of many cultivation methods, was the strongest of all the cultivation methods Qin Shujian had come into contact with. Looking at the Great Dream Spirit Capture Technique, Qin Shujian already had plans to integrate it. However, after looking at the other cultivation techniques, he suppressed this impulse. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the stronger the characteristics obtained after the fusion. In addition, the power cultivated before the fusion would not disappear after the fusion. The two could coexist. This meant that, the higher the level of one's cultivation, the more powerful one would be after the fusion. After taking a look at the source of life, Qin Shujian felt that it was a good idea to cultivate slowly by himself first. Although the speed of cultivation was not as fast as the increase of life force, it was not slow overall. After all, there really wasn't much life source left. Even harvesting wool had to be a gradual process. Although there were quite a number of players in Yuan's Zone now, it would still take some time for them to accumulate enough life force to contribute to him. However, looking at the remaining few thousand life sources, Qin Shujian couldn't hold back. With a thought, 4,000 life sources were consumed. The raging flame technique had advanced from the first stage of the true martial chapter to the second stage of the true martial chapter. Feeling the scorching power in the true essence and seeing that the life source had dropped to 3 digits, Qin Shujian could finally cultivate in peace this time. The next day, after a simple breakfast, under the lead of Xiao Hong, everyone left the Baiyun mansion and headed out of Yang City. After a night's rest, the negative effects brought about by the teleportation had basically been completely eliminated. Soon, they arrived at the border of Chuanyang True Domain. There were people crowding around. There were also experts' auras in the sky, intimidating those who wanted to enter the ordinary realm. The people from the Baiyun mansion are here? The leader is Xiao Hong. After seeing Xiao Hong, many people's expressions changed slightly. However, more people's eyes fell on the people behind Xiao Hong. Qin Shujian glanced at the team and found that most of the people gathered here were experts of the true martial realm and most of them were above the physical invulnerability realm. Among them, there were also a few people whose auras were hidden, giving him a great sense of threat. I didn't expect housekeeper Xiao to come in person today. We've been waiting for a long time. A middle-aged man in a light blue robe cupped his hands and said. What was noteworthy was that when he cupped his hands, his left little finger was missing. Xiao Hong looked calm and cupped his hands and said, "The people from Wind of Nanshan are fast. It's a long journey. Of course, they should be faster." While Xiao Hong was talking to the others, Qin Shujian turned his gaze to the front. What entered his eyes was the extremely dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Even the sky was covered in a faint cyan color. When he looked with his spiritual eye, in the faint cyan spiritual qi of heaven and earth, there was a 7-colored light that was faintly discernible in the sky, as if it was the immortal court. 7-colored light, barrier of heaven and earth. Qin Shujian was shocked. He was no stranger to the 7-colored light. He could see it at the limit of heaven and earth. However, it only appeared at the limit of heaven and earth. Moreover, he could see it directly without using his spiritual eye. However, in this situation it was more like after the heaven and earth barrier disappeared, there was still a little bit left. It had become extremely illusory. Only when he used his spiritual eye could he see some clues. At this moment, the aura that suppressed the entire ordinary realm dissipated. From the 4 highest mountains in the ordinary realm, there were flowing lights that were heading toward Chuanyang True region. The flowing lights appeared. It only took a few seconds for the flowing lights to disappear. When the flowing lights completely disappeared, what appeared in everyone's eyes were 4 people in gilded armor and golden helmets. Their faces couldn't be seen clearly. "It's the golden armored generals," someone cried out in surprise. Qin Shujian's heart skipped a beat. Golden armored generals. Although he didn't use his spiritual eye to see, he could tell from the power of the other party. They were at least in the spiritual martial realm, or even the god martial realm. Qin Shujian looked at the golden armor of each golden armor general. There were different patterns on it, and Qin Shujian recognized one of them. It was a symbol that belonged to Baiyun Mansion. In other words, each of the golden armored generals represented a mansion. The 4 golden armored generals meant that there were 4 different mansions involved. From the symbol of Baiyun Mansion, Qin Shujian could see a lot of things. From the conversation with Xiao Hong and the others, they should be experts from other mansions. But there was one thing that made him curious. Who were the other 3 mansions? No more than 50 people can enter each mansion. The strongest person can't be above the true martial realm. Any cultivator above the true martial realm will be killed on the spot. There are no other restrictions. One of the golden armored generals said in a deep voice. His voice wasn't loud, but it covered everyone's voices. At this moment, Xiao Hong turned to the crowd and said, "I'll come back in 3 days. When the time comes, I'll send everyone back. Those who don't come back in time will have nothing to do with Baiyun Mansion. Go in." After that, Xiao Hong immediately stepped aside to let him pass. At this moment, there were already people rushing into the ordinary realm. Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and followed the crowd into the ordinary realm. As soon as he stepped in, he felt the rich spirit qi of heaven and earth surge toward him. What shocked Qin Shujian even more was that he didn't sense any shackles here. His cultivation level was also stable at the 10th level of the true martial realm. This meant that, although this was the ordinary realm, the heaven and earth shackles hadn't completely stabilized. This place could still accommodate experts of the true martial realm and above. Only when the heaven and earth shackles gradually stabilized and finally stopped at the martial realm's limit would it be considered a real ordinary realm. At this moment, although it was called the ordinary realm, it could accommodate far more people than the true dominion. Soon, Qin Shujian thought about what the golden armored generals had said. They didn't allow anyone above the true martial realm to enter. What if a true martial realm cultivator entered and broke through to the spirit martial realm here? His eyes narrowed slightly at the thought of this possibility. As for the other people who had entered, they had obviously noticed this as well. Everyone's expression had different changes. Sect Master Qin, do you want to explore this place together? Yang Zhongning asked Qin Shujian as he approached him. No, I'm more used to traveling alone. Then I wish Sect Master Qin a smooth journey. I'll take my leave first. After being rejected, Yang Zhongning didn't force him. He immediately turned and left. As the great elder of the Golden Sun sect, he was also a person of status. He had expressed his willingness to join forces with Qin Shujian out of respect for Qin Shujian's extraordinary strength. After being rejected once, Yang Zhongning stopped pestering him. As for Yang Zhongning's thoughts, Qin Shujian could also make some guesses. There were too many experts who had entered this place and there were no heaven and earth shackles. It would be safer for a few people to join forces than to travel alone. However, Qin Shujian had never thought of himself as an ordinary person. He took a step forward and disappeared from his original spot in an instant. After the 5-element 8 trigram steps had broken through to the Tao initiation realm, Qin Shujian felt that his speed had reached a terrifying level. He had entered the Tao initiation realm with his footwork. Among the people he had met so far, he hadn't found anyone who had reached this stage. As he wandered around this place, Qin Shujian looked around and paid attention to any changes. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look in another direction. There, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was intertwined and denser than ordinary places. This was the advantage of the spiritual eye. He could observe the changes of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and find out what was unusual. He didn't hesitate for too long. Qin Shujian immediately rushed to that location. In the middle of a valley, there was a clear pool of water, and in the middle of the pool, there was a green lotus. The green lotus was swaying and the bud was about to bloom at any time. There seemed to be divine light inside. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth swarmed in and converged into the pool and the green lotus. Chapter 170. SSS. Carnate Green Lotus. The spirit qi of heaven and earth turned into pool water. There must be a carnate spiritual item inside. Li Huijin gasped as he looked at the green lotus before him. Then, he was overjoyed. The newly born ordinary realm was like the beginning of heaven and earth. It was the best place to nurture all kinds of treasures. Among them, the most precious were the carnate spiritual items. Any carnate spiritual item could stabilize the sect's light from providence and prevent it from dissipating. Eventually, the sect would improve steadily and reach the threshold of advancement. If it was a powerful carnate spiritual item, it could even promote the sect's advancement. His mountain-shaking sect was already at the peak of the 2nd grade force and was only one step away from becoming a 3rd grade force. If he could obtain this carnate spiritual item, the mountain-shaking sect would definitely advance. When he thought of the power of a 3rd grade force, Li Huijin's heart was stirred. If it could become a third-grade force, it would be one of the top sects in the true dominion. However, after a short moment of joy, Li Huijin forced himself to calm down. The green lotus was about to bloom, so it was not realistic to directly pluck the carnate spiritual item. The carnate spiritual item gathered the light from providence. If someone wanted to forcibly seize the carnate spiritual item that had yet to be nurtured and stifle its growth, they would definitely be punished by heaven. However, now that so many people had entered this heaven and earth, Li Huijin was not sure that no one would discover this place. Although he was at the 10th level true martial realm, however, he couldn't guarantee that he would be invincible in this world. At that moment, Li Huijin's expression changed. When he turned his head to look in another direction, he happened to see a person walking over. He sensed that the other party's aura was not weaker than his. His heart sank again. The peak of the true martial realm. If he was not at the peak of the true martial realm, he might be able to use his powerful strength to kill the other party. However, if it was an expert of the same level, this method would not work. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the fight might attract even more people. Just as Li Huijin was pondering, Qin Shujian also saw the other party. However, he only glanced at him before his gaze landed on the green lotus rooted in the pool. The spirit qi of heaven and earth has liquefied. Carnate spiritual item. In just a moment, Qin Shujian saw through Qinglian's background. This time, in order to enter this place, he had prepared enough homework and knew how to distinguish which innate spirit objects were. As for the liquefied spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the pool, compared to the green lotus, it was much less attractive. The two could not be compared at all. I am Li Huijin from the mountain shaking sect of the Southern Mountain Estate. May I know your name? Qin Shujian, Yuan Zong of Beiyun Mansion. Oh, so you're a friend from Beiyun Mansion. Li Huijin laughed, then looked at the green lotus and said, Brother Qin should be able to see that the green lotus is nurturing a carnate spiritual object. However, in my opinion, it will still take some time for the green lotus to bloom. There are many experts who have entered this place this time. It won't be easy for one person to obtain an innate spiritual item. Qin Shujian looked at him and said indifferently, What do you want to say? Li Huijin could not help but feel angry when he saw his indifferent attitude. However, he quickly suppressed this anger and said with a smile, Why don't we join forces and obtain the item first when the green lotus blooms? After that, we will distribute the items according to the value of the innate spiritual item. This way, no one will benefit from it. What do you think, Brother Qin? Nothing. What do you mean, Brother Qin? The green lotus is mine. The innate spiritual item is also mine. If you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Shujian tilted his head and looked at Li Huijin with a cold glint in his eyes. A strong aura rose from his body, causing Li Huijin's heart to beat wildly. This aura was oppressive. It made him feel as if he was not facing a 10th level true martial realm expert. Immediately, a sharp intent rose, causing Li Huijin to take 2 steps back. Saber intent. At this moment, he was truly shocked. An ordinary 10th level true martial realm expert could not contend with someone who had comprehended intent. Such an expert was considered top-notch in the entire true dominion. Upon seeing Qin Shujian's indifferent expression, Li Huijin finally chose to retreat. Or else, if they really fought, he might not be a match for him. Subsequently, Li Huijin turned and fled out of the valley. The sound of a saber resounded throughout the valley. An endless sharpness swept over, causing Li Huijin to feel cold all over. When he looked back, he happened to see a saber slashing through the sky toward him. There was no hesitation. Li Huijin immediately unleashed all his quintessential essence. His astral energy left his body and turned into a hard shield to block the attack. At the same time, his body turned bright gold, making him look like a golden body arhat. Boom! The long saber landed, causing the astral energy to shatter. Immediately, it slashed toward Li Huijin. With a cold glint, the long saber reversed. Li Huijin glanced at the symbols on the crystalline saber from the corner of his eye and muttered, "A Dao weapon." Immediately, The golden body dimmed and he fell to the ground. At this moment, Qian Shanxue had already flown back and quietly returned to the scabbard. A powerhouse at the peak of the true martial realm died just like that. Naive. Qin Shujian looked at Li Huijin, who died with his eyes wide open, and shook his head. Qian Shanxue didn't want to cause a big commotion. He also didn't want to cause a big commotion. That was why he let Li Huijin go first. When Qian Shanxue let down his guard, he would directly attack and kill him. After all, Qin Shujian didn't believe that Qian Shanxue would really leave obediently when he was forced to. Perhaps after a while, the news of the existence of a carnate spiritual object here would be widely spread. At that time, it would really be a big problem. However, Qin Shujian was also secretly surprised that Qian Shanxue could kill a powerhouse at the peak of the true martial realm with one blow. He had never personally experienced how powerful a half-step Dao weapon was. Now that he had used it for the first time, the effect was obvious. Qin Shujian went to Li Huijin's side. He bent down and searched for a while before finally taking out a martial arts book from Qian Shanxue's arms. Truth level upper level, golden body incantation. Looking at the name of the incantation, and thinking of Li Huijin's change just now, he understood. From the name and the effect of the incantation, golden body incantation should be a cross-training martial arts. Immediately, Qin Shujian put away the incantation. Not long after, Li Huijin's body refreshed. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged on a big rock next to the pool. He cultivated the great dream soul capturing technique while silently waiting for the azure lotus to bloom. The spirit qi of heaven and earth here was several times denser than at the peak of Mount Liang. As soon as he started cultivating, a huge amount of spirit qi of heaven and earth surged and poured into his dantian. Time passed little by little. Qin Shujian sat cross-legged and didn't move. The azure lotus swayed gently. The bud was already showing signs of blooming. Suddenly, the spirit qi of heaven and earth became even more violent. Such dense spirit qi of heaven and earth gathered. Even if others didn't have a spiritual eye, they could still feel the changes here. Immediately, soon, other experts began to rush over. Innate spiritual object. Chen Wenji stared at the swaying lotus. Needless to say, he was shocked. At this moment, all of his attention was on the lotus, so much so that he ignored Qin Shujian, who was sitting cross-legged on the side. Buzz! Buzz! Qian Shanxue was still trembling. Qin Shujian only opened his eyes slightly. Then, he spat out a word like a lotus flower, kill. Instantly, Qian Shanxue directly left the scabbard. The hidden sharpness poured out like moonlight at this moment. It made Chen Wenji's heart beat wildly. When he turned his head, he saw the cold blade light filling his vision. No, Chen Wenji was shocked. He frantically retreated. However, Qian Shanxue was faster. In an instant, the blade light disappeared like flowing water. The long blade had already returned to the scabbard. Only Chen Wenji was left standing in place. A bloodstain appeared on his forehead. In the end, he also fell to the ground. Immediately, the scene became quiet again. After that, anyone who came forward was killed by Qian Shanxue. After becoming a half-step Dao artifact, Qian Shanxue's spirituality increased greatly. It had reached the point where it could communicate with its mind. Coupled with the terrifying power of a half-step Dao artifact, even a peak real martial artist was no match for it. Moreover, no one would notice that there was a half-step Dao artifact in an ordinary scabbard. Boom! Spirit qi surged. After cultivating for an entire day, Qin Shujian directly broke through to the first stage of the true martial chapter of the Great Dream Spirit Restraint Technique, which increased his strength by another level. When he looked at the source of life again, there was already a lot more. Combined with the rest from before, he directly increased the level of the Blaze Technique. Level 13 of the Blaze Technique, low-class true rank Young Fire Level 3. Qin Shujian immediately stood up and looked at the azure lotus in the pool. Now, the spirit qi of heaven and earth was turbulent. It had reached the point where it had materialized and gathered towards the azure lotus. The budding petals trembled slightly as if they were about to bloom at any time. Such a vision, naturally, It attracted the attention of many people nearby. At this moment, someone came forward to seize the treasure. However, when someone stepped into the range of the valley, a shocking blade will erupted. A physical invulnerability expert couldn't even react before he was killed. This scene, it directly intimidated the others. Looking at Qin Shujian beside the azure lotus pool, they were shocked and also wondering where this expert came from to be able to kill a physical invulnerability expert with one strike. However, not everyone was unaware. There were many people from Baiyun Mansion who entered the ordinary realm. Sect Master Qi Yunshu's pretty face was shocked. Looking at the familiar back and scabbard, she recognized the identity of the other party immediately. She wanted to greet Qin Shujian. But when she thought of the physical invulnerability expert who was killed with one strike, many cultivators had already gathered around the green lotus, and their gazes were all fixed on it. She suppressed the thoughts in her heart. At this moment, a single action could be the target of public criticism. Chapter 171. A moment later. Finally, someone couldn't resist the temptation of the carnate spiritual object. However, he also knew that it would be very difficult for him to be Qin Shujian's match by himself, so he said coldly, "The natural spiritual item is right in front of him. He's only one person, so how can he be a match for all of us? In my opinion, that saber is a powerful spiritual weapon. Leaving it in his hands is just a waste of time. Why don't we take it to avoid future trouble? That's right. Let's attack together. Let's see how many people he can kill. We're all in the true martial realm. Why should we be afraid of him?" That person's words caused a response. Instantly, everyone was excited. However, no one really made a move. On the other side, Qin Shujian was still sitting cross-legged. He didn't care about the clamor outside the valley. Qian Shanxue lay quietly in the scabbard. The aura of a half-step Dao artifact didn't leak out at all. As time passed, little by little, it was finally time for the azure lotus to bloom. The violent spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged and gathered into a huge spiritual qi vortex in the sky. At this moment, even people outside of the ordinary realm could sense the changes in the atmosphere. A carnate spiritual object has been born. Judging by the commotion, the carnate spiritual object must be of a high level. Could it be the azure lotus in the valley? It's possible. The golden-armored generals were communicating with each other with their divine senses. However, no one extended their divine senses into the ordinary realm. When the ordinary realm was born, after the experts suppressed the evil spirits, they would plunder the ordinary realm. However, there were always some spiritual objects that couldn't be detected. In other words, the experts wouldn't forcibly take some spiritual objects that hadn't been born yet. Instead, they would leave them for later generations to collect. There was a limit to the number of spiritual objects. The Golden Armor Divine General was the one who guarded this area. They were to prevent people from entering without permission. At the same time, the 4 golden-armored generals were supervising each other to prevent any generals from coveting the treasures and taking the spiritual objects without permission. Therefore, now that a carnate spiritual object had been born, none of the golden-armored generals went forward. It wasn't that they weren't tempted. Instead, it was forbidden. Behind each golden armor divine general was a representative of a prefecture. They also hoped that the person who obtained the carnate spiritual item would be the cultivator of their prefecture. At this moment, heaven and earth spirit chi surged and gathered. The green lotus that had taken root in the pond swayed incessantly. The flower bud slowly bloomed, and the dense divine light within it overflowed, causing everyone's heart to beat wildly. Finally, under the allure of a carnate spiritual object, some people could no longer hold themselves back. Boom! After the first person made his move, the others who were already prepared to make their move no longer hesitated. One after another, they unleashed their strongest attacks towards Qin Shujian. If he wanted to seize the green lotus, he had to get rid of the enemy first. This was the thought that everyone tacitly agreed upon. Qi Yunshu, who was at the side, had a conflicted expression on her face. She did not immediately make a move to snatch it. Right at this moment, ding, an earth-shattering saber hum rang out, followed by an earth-shattering saber will. When the saber light flashed past, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if they had seen the underworld, and all the vengeful spirits wailed. Wisdom King Prison Shattering Saber Limitless Hell. The first to bear the brunt was an expert at LV8 of the true martial realm. When the cold saber reached his body, the man's mind seemed to be frozen. His protective aura was shattered in an instant as soon as it rose. Swish, a rain of blood fell. A physical invulnerability realm expert was dead. Then, this time, there were dozens of physical invulnerability realm experts. Among them, no less than 10 were at the peak of the true martial realm. Once they made their move, how could they be so easily scared off? In an instant, upstanding chi swept out, shattering the limitless hell in an instant. Qin Shujian stepped on the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. His body flashed like a ghost. In his hand, the blood of 1,000 mountains exerted the full power of a half-step Taoist artifact. The Yingwang spirit-shattering saber of oneness of heaven and man turned into the death scythe that reaped lives. Boom! With a slash, the saber was covered in flames. It directly shattered the protective upstanding chi of a physical invulnerability realm expert. Then Qin Shujian shifted his body and dodged a sword coming from the side. Bang! Sparks flew. A short sword pierced Qin Shujian's arm. The expected blood did not appear. Instead, the tip of the sword brought a series of sparks with it. Seeing this scene, that person wanted to withdraw and retreat, but Qin Shujian had already pressed forward. The blade aura directly shattered that person's protective aura. Then, as a cold light flashed past, it had already slashed that person's throat. The scene. It was already a chaotic battle. Qin Shujian was holding a half-step Taoist artifact. No physical invulnerability chi could stop its sharpness. Moreover, he had an invulnerable Vajra level 1 body. His defense was several times stronger than the protective upstanding chi. In this situation where he could attack and defend at the same time, he was not at a disadvantage even though he was facing dozens of times more people. However, his invulnerable Vajra level 1 body had not truly reached the peak. Moreover, activating the power of a half-step Taoist artifact consumed a lot of true essence. Gradually, Qin Shujian had suffered some injuries. However, as a price, no less than a dozen physical invulnerability realm experts had died at his hands. At this moment, the green lotus was gradually blooming. The carnate spiritual item was about to be born. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's eyes turned cold. He released his saber and shouted coldly, "Kill them all." As soon as he finished speaking, the saber struck. Qian Shanxue madly absorbed the power of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, he soared into the air and charged directly at the physical invulnerability realm experts. At the same time, Qin Shujian, who had freed his hands, formed a seal with his hands. Terrifying upstanding chi erupted. A seal was formed and struck out. In a flash, it turned into a mountain to suppress. Great Demon Suppression Seal of Wilderness Mountain Moving Seal. When the seal struck out, it could turn into a mountain to attack and suppress all enemies. Rumble. As the mountain pressed down, an expert at the peak of the true martial realm felt the air around him being compressed. Unable to dodge, he could only explode with all his strength to hit the seal. However, no matter how strong he was at the peak of the true martial realm, he could not shake the power of a mountain. In an instant, the expert at the peak of the true martial realm was suppressed. After the mountain-moving seal, more than half of his vital essence was drained. Qin Shujian glanced at his life force. After killing more than a dozen physical invulnerability realm practitioners, he had already gained nearly 20,000 points of life force. With a thought, 15,000 points of life force were consumed. The Ocean Convergence skill was instantly upgraded to the 6th level of the true martial technique. In an instant, vital essence was madly replenished in his empty dantian. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth around him was also pulled into his body. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and struck out the second seal of the tumbling sea. Rumble. The shadow of the vast sea surged over and instantly submerged the valley. When the cultivators who bore the brunt of the surging power felt it, their faces suddenly changed. Such power! Could it be a god-level martial arts technique? Taoist seal. That saber has Taoist seal engraved on it. That's a Taoist artifact. Quick, retreat. All the practitioners were scared out of their wits. When the seal of the tumbling sea smashed down, its terrifying power directly crushed several physical invulnerability realm practitioners. This scene was the last straw that broke the camel's back. All the practitioners quickly retreated, as if there was something terrifying in the valley. No one dared to approach it. Swish, the 1,000-mountain blood broke through the air and killed the last physical invulnerability realm practitioner who didn't make it out of the valley in time. Then, it turned around and returned to its scabbard. From beginning to end, the crystal-like blade wasn't stained with a single drop of blood. Qin Shujian, on the other hand, stood where he was without moving. Most of his body was already soaked in blood, some of which belonged to others, and some of which belonged to him. Then, he saw a large amount of spiritual qi of heaven and earth surging over. After continuously using the Great Wilderness Devil Suppression Seal, his dantian, which was close to drying up, gradually recovered under the influx of spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Outside the valley, Qi Yunshu stared blankly at the scene in front of her. Her pretty face had already turned pale. Dozens of true martial realm practitioners had attacked, but in the end, they were all killed and fled in all directions. She had never seen such terrifying strength in her life. If the opponent was a practitioner of the spiritual martial realm or above, it would be fine. However, Qin Shujian was only at the true martial realm. Even with Qi Yunshu's temperament as a sect master, she couldn't help but feel terrified. At the moment, the green lotus was blooming. The temptation of a carnate spiritual object didn't tempt her at all. Instead, when she looked at the green lotus, she felt as if she had seen a sin. Instantly, she took a few steps back. However, when she took a few steps back, Qi Yunshu happened to see someone leave from the corner of her eye. That figure looked very familiar. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. As a result, her originally panicked state of mind calmed down temporarily. Who exactly was that? Soon, a name popped up in Qi Yunshu's mind. It was the sect master of the Heaven Saber sect, Gui Haichuan. On the other side, Gui Haichuan, who had retreated silently, looked very calm. However, his lowered arm and slightly trembling fingers indicated that a perilous situation was brewing in his heart. He had originally intended to use Qin Shujian as a bargaining chip. Now, there was nothing left of him. Gui Haichuan had always thought that he could be considered a top-notch expert in the true dominion based on his saber intent comprehension technique. However, when he had seen the scene just now, he had finally understood. What was a true top-notch expert? What kind of gap existed between the two of them? Suddenly, he thought of what Qin Shujian had said before. At first, he couldn't understand it. It was only now that he realized what Qin Shujian meant. No wonder he was unwilling to fight with me. He never treated me as his opponent. Gui Haichuan laughed self-deprecatingly. However, he felt somewhat fortunate. If Qin Shujian had really agreed to the challenge, he would have been the one to be killed by the saber move. In the valley, Qin Shujian also glanced in the direction that Gui Haichuan had left. Finally, his gaze landed on the green lotus in the pond. Meanwhile, the pond water that had nurtured the green lotus had already dried up. The heaven-earth spirit qi had already reached a peak. The green lotus petals trembled gently. Then, under Qin Shujian's gaze, it bloomed bit by bit. In an instant, divine light flourish. Chapter 172. The green lotus bloomed. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged. There seemed to be rolling thunder in the sky, as if it was indicating the birth of something. In Qin Shujian's eyes, he saw a long spear floating in the middle of the blooming lotus. The shocking killing intent spread with the appearance of the long spear, making the 1,000-mountain blood buzz. Boom! The thunder rolled down, as if to destroy the long spear. However, no matter how the thunder fell and the petals of the green lotus broke, the long spear still did not change, as if even the thunder of heaven and earth could not do anything to it. Seeing this, Qin Shujian also frowned. According to the records, innate spiritual objects were supposed to be things of luck, born from heaven and earth. When they were born, they were not dazzling, but there was no thunder like now to destroy them. And the long spear that was born from the lotus didn't give him the feeling that it was an item that could suppress fate. It was more like a terrifying killing treasure. Rolling thunderbolts fell, illuminating the entire valley in the lightning. Qin Shujian focused, observing the changes of the long spear. It was not easy to wait for the birth of an innate spiritual object. He would not let the thunder destroy it. As long as the long spear could not bear the situation, he would immediately take action. But before that, Qin Shujian still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, the thunder was not only a disaster but also a training. If the long spear could withstand it, it would be more powerful. The white body of the spear was gradually dyed with a touch of purple under the thunder. And as time went by, the purple became more and more intense, gradually covering more than half of the body of the spear. So far, more than half an hour had passed. The thunder in the sky still showed no signs of weakening. As for the green lotus that gave birth to the long spear, it had already been turned into ashes under the thunder, leaving only the long spear floating in the air, bearing the attack of the thunder. This went on for another half an hour. When the last thunder fell, the valley suddenly returned to peace, and the long spear that was floating in the air and being tempered by the thunder suddenly flew away. Trying to escape, Qin Shujian had been paying attention to the long spear. When it escaped, he directly stepped into the air and caught up with it in an instant. Shortly after, he grabbed the spear with one hand, and a terrifying lightning power erupted from it. Qin Shujian only felt his body go numb, but soon, under the impact of his mercury-like blood and true essence, this numbing power was dispelled. Subsequently, he landed directly on the ground. The long spear struggled violently, and an extremely powerful killing intent rushed directly into Qin Shujian's mind. In an instant, Qin Shujian felt a shocking killing intent emerge in his mind. It was not an ordinary killing intent, but more like a calamity of the world. In the face of such killing intent, his mind was like a small boat floating in the sea. At this moment, a sharp saber intent suddenly rose and tore apart the killing intent that enveloped his mind. Buzz, a pure saber hum rang out, directly shocking the long spear, causing it to tremble slightly. The power that it had originally emitted was restrained. By the time Qin Shujian regained his senses, the long spear was already lying quietly in his hand. You've obtained an innate spiritual item. In his mind, the system's information appeared at the right time. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the long spear's attributes. Name: Calamity Punishment Spear Grade, Innate Spiritual Item Introduction. Born from absorbing the killing intent of the world, it is an unparalleled treasure of killing intent. Next. In his mind, the system's information appeared again. You have the half-step Taoist weapon Thousand Mountain Blood, which is extremely compatible with the innate spiritual item Calamity Punishment Spear. Do you want to fuse it? Hearing this prompt, Qin Shujian did not hesitate and directly chose to fuse it. Although the Calamity Punishment Spear did not look weak, he was not proficient in spear techniques and did not like to use a long spear. In comparison, the Thousand Mountain Blood was more comfortable to use. And the half-step Taoist weapon had already helped him a lot. If it grew into a real Taoist weapon, its power would definitely be stronger. He also wanted to see, after fusing with the Calamity Punishment Spear, could the Thousand Mountain Blood reach the level of a Taoist weapon? Fuse. With a thought, the Calamity Punishment Spear suddenly trembled desperately, as if it had foreseen that it was going to die. But, no matter how it struggled, it could not change Qin Shujian's decision. The Thousand Mountain Blood suddenly came out of its sheath and quietly floated in the air. Then the Calamity Punishment Spear also left Qin Shujian's hand and flew uncontrollably toward the Thousand Mountain Blood. The two met in the air, each emitting a powerful thought, as if an invisible confrontation. As the incomplete Taoist seal on the Thousand Mountain Blood shone brightly, the Calamity Punishment Spear was instantly disintegrated and turned into pure purple energy, gathering toward the crystal blade. Boom! The heaven and earth spirit chi that had retreated surged again and was crazily absorbed by the thousand mountain blood like a tide. The originally crystal-like blade was now dyed with a faint purple color. This lasted for more than 10 minutes. The thousand mountain blood directly broke away from the heaven and earth spirit chi and flew toward Qin Shujian below. The moment he grabbed the handle of the blade, Qin Shujian saw that the incomplete Taoist seal on the blade had been repaired. The faint purple Taoist seal seemed to be nurtured by thunder and also seemed to be hiding shocking killing intent. When he looked at the attributes of the thousand mountain blood again, it had transformed from a half-step Taoist artifact to a Taoist artifact. But behind these two words, there was a small bracket, showing the word seal. According to his guess, it should be the classification of Taoist artifacts. However, Qin Shujian did not know much about the classification of Taoist artifacts. What he cared about now was that the thousand mountain blood had transformed from a half-step Taoist artifact to a real Taoist artifact. Just this point alone. This trip to the ordinary realm was already a great gain. He did not test the power of the Taoist artifact. But as the owner of the thousand mountain blood, he could feel a mysterious power from it. Even with his current strength, when he felt this mysterious power, he still felt that it was unstoppable. The long blade returned to its sheath. Qin Shujian looked around the valley. Although many physical invulnerability realm cultivators had died here, he did not have a chance to search the corpses because of the fighting and the blooming of the green lotus. Now that so much time had passed, everything that should have disappeared was gone. Other than the mess in the valley, there was nothing else. So, after confirming that there was nothing valuable left, he immediately left with the long blade on his back. After a long time, some people quietly came to the valley. Looking at the ground that had changed greatly, as if it had been destroyed, their expressions changed. Soon. In this ordinary realm, an extremely terrifying expert with a half-step Taoist artifact had killed dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators and forced them to flee. Now that he had an innate spiritual artifact in his hand, the news that they should not provoke spread completely. There were many survivors from the previous battle. Among them, even the people of Baiyun Mansion. Others did not know Qin Shujian, but the people of Baiyun Mansion knew him. As a result, Qin Shujian's name gradually spread, and everyone became familiar with him. Carrying the thousand mountain blood. As Qin Shujian walked around the ordinary realm, his pair of spiritual eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, trying to find any unusual places. For a newly born ordinary realm like this, there were many treasures inside. The Calamity Punishment Spear was just one of them. Soon, Qin Shujian stopped again and looked at a certain place. There, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not disperse. There was no pause for even a second. Qin Shujian's feet stirred up a gust of wind as he rushed toward the vision he had seen with his spiritual eye. Not long after, he came to the foot of a mountain. There just happened to be two cultivators fighting there, but the moment they saw Qin Shujian arrive, their expressions changed greatly, and they immediately fled at the same time. Such a scene made Qin Shujian shake his head slightly. Then he looked at the thing that caused the two cultivators to fight. It was a small tree with 3 juicy red fruits growing on top of it. Cinnabar fruit. Qin Shujian's eyes lit up. He directly came to the small tree and used his true yuan to pick the cinnabar fruit. Then he opened his storage ring and put it in. The cinnabar fruit was one of the spiritual objects of heaven and earth. If a cultivator of the true martial realm ate it, it could also increase his cultivation. Although he had the source of life to deduce cultivation methods and did not need to eat the cinnabar fruit. But just because he did not need it did not mean that others did not need it. In the illustration handbook given by the Chengyun Company, the cinnabar fruit was a treasure with a price of at least 10,000 taels of silver. Even older cinnabar fruits were shockingly expensive. Qin Shujian always remembered that he was poor. Seeing a treasure like the cinnabar fruit was no different from seeing a shiny silver tail. But to say that the cinnabar fruit can condense so much spiritual chi of heaven and earth, it should not be possible. Is there something else hidden here? After keeping the cinnabar fruit, Qin Shujian focused his eyes and began to look around with his spiritual eyes. If there was really something else, then the cinnabar fruit could only be regarded as an unexpected gain. Soon, Qin Shujian looked at the mountain in front of him. Or more accurately, he stopped at the foot of the mountain. Rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth was being nurtured there. Under the gaze of his spiritual eyes, the light green spiritual qi of heaven and earth had become pure green. But in his perception, that thing was buried deep in the soil. Boom! Condensing his true yuan, he blasted his palm towards that direction. In an instant, soil flew everywhere and a hole appeared in his line of sight. Instantly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became even richer. Not only that, even the surrounding spiritual qi of heaven and earth was being drawn in. Stepping in front of the hole, Qin Shujian did not use his true yuan to forcefully bombard it this time. Instead, he controlled his strength and deepened the hole bit by bit. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Shujian stopped his true yuan bombardment, not because he had found something, but because his true yuan had encountered an obstruction. Looking at the big rock below that looked like a mottled crystal, he directly jumped down and pulled out the 1,000 mountain blood to cut the rock that was obstructing his true yuan. In an instant, when the crystal was cut out, a terrifying spiritual qi overflowed from it. Immediately, in Qin Shujian's eyes, there was a fist-sized, sparkling and translucent crystal lying there. Spirit stone. He had never thought that there would be something like a spirit stone inside. Without hesitation, Qin Shujian immediately dug out the spirit stone and put it into his storage ring. Then, his gaze fell on the big rock again. In the next moment, he waved his long blade and continued to cut it. Since there was a spirit stone here, then, there could be a second or third one. Because in the vision of his spiritual eyes, the rich spiritual qi of heaven and earth had not completely dissipated. Chapter 173. When he came out of the hole, Qin Shujian couldn't hide the smile on his face. Spirit stones. A total of 7 spirit stones. Each of them was the size of an adult's fist, much larger than the ones Xiao Hong took out before. Looking at the pile of spirit stones in the storage ring, the spirit qi that naturally overflowed, filling the small space to an extremely rich level. Seeing this, Qin Shujian's mood was even better. The preciousness of spirit stones didn't lie in their value, nor did it lie in how much a cultivator could improve after absorbing them. The true preciousness of spirit stones was. It was because they could change the spirit qi of mountains and rivers. If a spirit stone was buried in an ordinary mountain, then it would automatically gather the spirit qi of heaven and earth, and then change it into something similar to a cultivation treasure land. This kind of thing was truly a treasure born from heaven and earth. Although it couldn't be compared to innate spiritual objects, it was definitely not comparable to other treasures. Even if a spirit stone didn't increase the spirit qi by much, over a long period of time, it was still a number that couldn't be ignored. Originally, Qin Shujian was still worried about the matter of Yuan Zong establishing a branch, worried that there wouldn't be enough spirit qi in other places, and that it would cause unnecessary thoughts in some people's hearts. Now that he had the spirit stones in hand, this problem was completely solved. One buried in a mountain. The rest were all buried in Liang Mountain. Qin Shujian had already planned to distribute the spirit stones in his heart. Subsequently, he directly turned and left. After calculating the time, the 3 days that Xiao Hong said was almost there. The main reason was that it took 2 days to wait for the green lotus to bloom, plus the time to search, so the time was just like that. As he walked back, his spiritual eye looked around at the same time. Until he reached the border, he didn't find anything unusual. Finally, Qin Shujian didn't hesitate and directly left the ordinary realm. This time's trip to the ordinary realm, his harvest was already not small. In particular, the 1,000 mountain blood advanced to a Dao artifact, and the 7 spirit stones were already completely enough. As for the vermilion fruit, compared to it, it was too lacking. When he walked out of the ordinary realm, he saw Xiao Hong standing there. Other than himself, Qin Shujian didn't notice that many people had left. Steward Xiao. Looks like we have gained quite a lot from this trip. There are still 6 hours left. Let's wait a little longer. Xiao Hong glanced at Qin Shujian as a rare smile appeared on his face. I've gained something. With a smile on his face, Qin Shujian casually brushed aside the question. Xiao Hong did not probe further. Whatever the other party could obtain, that was his own destiny. He wasn't interested in knowing too much less having thoughts of snatching it. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. If everything went according to one's wishes, the world would be in chaos. No one would tolerate such a thing happening. Another period of time passed. There were also people coming out of the ordinary realm one after another. Although he hadn't finished collecting all the treasures, time waits for no one. If he missed this opportunity and wanted to go back, he would either have to borrow spirit stones or walk back. The territory of a prefecture was vast, and if it was to cross prefectures, it was needless to say. Even a true martial realm cultivator would doubt their own existence if they relied on their own strength to traverse a territory. It's him. When someone saw Qin Shujian, he was shocked at first. However, when he recalled where he was, he forced himself to calm down and walked towards the camp of the other mansions. Soon after, many people had the same reaction. The strange expressions on these people's faces made the experts of the various prefectures notice Qin Shujian's existence. Xiao Hong squinted his eyes slightly as a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like the person that the Marquis valued was indeed extraordinary. Qin Shujian stood still and looked down. He couldn't be bothered with the strange looks that others were giving him. Not to mention that Xiao Hong was holding the ground. This was the true dominion, so he wasn't afraid that the people of the other prefectures would come looking for trouble. After all, Sect Master Qin's strength was not to be underestimated. If he really wanted to fight, he could even kill a divine martial realm cultivator in the true dominion. Sect Master Qin, you have great means. I admire you. When he saw Qin Shujian again, Yang Zhongning's expression finally changed. He hadn't participated in the battle in the valley. However, the news of Qin Shujian killing everyone and scaring off dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators had still reached his ears. One of them might have been lying. However, 2 or 3 of them had spread the same news, so it couldn't be fake. Yang Zhongning's heart trembled at the thought of dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators. There were less than 5 physical invulnerability realm cultivators in the Golden Sun sect. If dozens of physical invulnerability realm cultivators wanted to cause trouble for the Golden Sun sect, the foundation of the Golden Sun sect would be destroyed in an instant. Qin Shujian smiled and said, Elder Yang, you flatter me. Sect Master Qin, if you have time to visit the Golden Sun sect, I will definitely welcome you. Of course, of course. The 2 of them chatted casually for a while and then stopped talking. Soon after, many people from the Baiyun mansion arrived. However, compared to Yang Zhongning's shock, some people lowered their heads silently when they saw Qin Shujian, not daring to look at him. Qin Shujian glanced at these people, his expression still calm. Physical invulnerability realm cultivators had a good memory. These people who lowered their heads were the cultivators who wanted to rob him of the green lotus in the valley. In front of the temptation of innate spiritual objects. Even if they were from the same sect, they might draw their swords against each other, let alone from the same mansion. Qin Shujian didn't blame them for trying to snatch the treasures. However, he was no saint. However, it was not the right time to settle the score here. When he went back, it would be time to settle the score. Looking at Qin Shujian, Yu Jianghai hesitated for a long time. Finally, he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect Master Qin, what happened before, let bygones be bygones. I can understand. Qin Shujian waved his hand and smiled faintly. Thank you, Sect Master Qin. Seeing that Qin Shujian didn't care at all, Yu Jianghai felt relieved. It was good that Qin Shujian didn't mind. Otherwise, offending such a terrifying expert would be a huge problem for the sect he was in. Seeing that Yu Jianghai was the first to come forward and apologize, seeing Qin Shujian's attitude, the others also came forward to apologize. Qin Shujian didn't greet them with a smile, but he didn't show any signs of anger either. He didn't wait for them to say too much and just said one sentence. Time passed quickly. When the last person, Gui Haichuan, came back, Xiao Hong turned and left with his people. When the stellar transposition ended, Qin Shujian looked at the familiar surroundings and knew where he was. Then, someone handed a jade box back to him. These are the spirit stones to activate the portal. Please keep them. Xiao Hong took it and opened the jade box. Looking at the 6 spirit stones that were a little dim, he closed the jade box and put it away. Thank you. You're welcome. Although he was at the peak of the real martial realm, the person in front of him was Marquis Baiyun's man. The status of the two was not on the same level. After walking out of the inner city, Qin Shujian cupped his hands and said, Steward Xiao, I still have something to deal with in the sect. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Okay. Xiao Hong nodded. Goodbye. Qin Shujian cupped his hands and then turned to leave. Immediately, the people from the other sects also took their leave. Although they hadn't been away for long, it had been a few days and there were still some things to deal with in the sect. On the other side, after returning to the Yuan sect, Qin Shujian directly found the elders who were going to expand the branch and gave each of them a jade box. There's a spirit stone inside. If placed in the mountain, it can attract the spirit chi of heaven and earth and increase the concentration of spirit chi in the mountain. You can place it on your own mountain and use it as the foundation of the branch. Spirit stone? Everyone looked puzzled. Based on their knowledge, they had never heard of the name of a spirit stone. But it didn't matter if they hadn't heard of it. But they could still understand the meaning of Qin Shujian's words. Increase the concentration of spirit chi. Just this point alone made the elders' hearts tremble. Fu Gang was the first to be unable to hold back. He opened the jade box and took a look. Instantly, there was a shocking explosion of spirit chi and it spread out like a tide. At this moment, they all felt that their physical bodies were greedily absorbing the spirit chi and the true origin in their bodies was also jumping. This is the spirit stone. Fu Gang looked at the fist-sized, sparkling and translucent stone in the jade box. When he felt the boundless spiritual energy, his expression was replaced by shock. But soon, his face turned into ecstasy. With such rich spirit chi of heaven and earth, not to mention whether it could increase the concentration of spirit chi in the area, just holding it himself could rapidly increase his cultivation level. For Fu Gang, this was definitely a treasure. As long as the spirit chi in the spirit stone is not completely absorbed, it will automatically absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to replenish itself and indirectly increase the concentration of spirit chi in the area. Qin Shujian explained slowly and then his tone became heavier. This spirit stone is for you to use as the foundation of the branch. No one is allowed to embezzle it. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. We understand. Fu Gang and the others were shocked, and they immediately replied respectfully. Regarding Qin Shujian's words, no one dared to raise any objections. All right, you all can go now. We will take our leave. All the elders retreated. However, everyone firmly held the jade box in their hands and there was an unconcealable joy on their faces. Soon after, Qin Shujian also left the inherited martial hall and came to the peak of Mount Liang. Immediately after, he took out a Dao artifact and made a big hole in the peak. Immediately after, 2 spirit stones appeared in his hand and without any hesitation, he directly placed them in the hole. After doing all this, he immediately left this place, and with a wave of his hand, he used his true essence to directly bury the spirit stone. At this moment, the spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and gathered at the peak of Mount Liang. The dense spiritual energy overflowed downwards and gradually covered the entire Liang mountain. Everyone who was meditating and cultivating suddenly woke up with a start. Just a moment ago, they seemed to have noticed that the spirit chi had become abnormally active. Chapter 174. 7 Spirit Stones. 5 of them were given to the 5 elders and the remaining 2 were buried at the peak of Mount Liang. As for why they were buried there, the reason was that it was the safest place. Otherwise, if the spirit stones were dug up within 2 days after being buried, Qin Shujian would have no place to cry. Furthermore, normally, he would cultivate there as well. By burying the spirit stones under his butt, he could still benefit from the spirit chi of heaven and earth, which would make his cultivation twice as effective. After doing all this, Qin Shujian returned to his room and took out a square object. He spread it out on the table. It was the map of the Great Zhao Nation that Ji Yufeng had given him previously. It was recorded on the map. It was all the regions of the Great Zhao Nation's 13 prefectures. Even if there were some differences, the difference would not be too big. After spreading out the map, Qin Shujian studied it seriously. However, he did not look at the entire Great Zhao Nation. He only looked at the Baiyun prefecture. Where is the Listening Ocean sect? That's right. It is in the Fenghai True Dominion. Then, Qin Shujian searched through the map one by one. Finally, he found the location of the Fenghai True Dominion and marked it on the map with a pen. After doing this, he searched for another True Dominion on the map. When he found it, he also marked it with a pen. After a long time, Qin Shujian finally put down the pen. He had already marked a few True Dominion on the map. These True Dominion were all in the Baiyun prefecture. As for the True Dominion of the other prefectures, none of them were touched. The Fenghai True Dominion is a little far from the Mount Liang True Dominion. However, the Coiling Stone sect and the Cloud Mist sect are closer. In that case, I can start with these two sects first. Qin Shujian rubbed his chin with his palm. He already had a plan in his mind. Especially the Cloud Mist sect. He still had some impression of it. As the first sect to question the Marquis of Baiyun and had entered the desolate void ordinary realm, the sect master of this sect had been the first to die at the hands of the demon disaster. Therefore, it was hard for him not to have a deep impression of the Cloud Mist sect. The sect master of the Cloud Mist sect has just died. There are at most 2 or 3 people in the physical invulnerability realm in the sect, so they are the best target. However, the Coiling Stone sect is not strong. Their sect master is only in the 9th tier of the martial realm, and he died in the devil disaster. Qin Shujian muttered to himself as he looked at the map. The sects that he was talking about. They were the sects of the physical invulnerability stage cultivators who had tried to snatch his green lotus back then. He might not know the people from other places. However, as someone from Baiyun Mansion, Qin Shujian would never forget any of them. Since the other party was coveting the carnate spiritual treasure, he had to be careful. If that was the case, then he had to consider the consequences of his actions. After all, at that time, if he didn't have a half-step Dao artifact, if he didn't cultivate so many techniques, allowing him to possess true essence that far exceeded those of the same realm, if he didn't learn the mid-grade divine ranked martial art, the Great Desolation Devil Suppressing Seal. Just a little bit more and he would have been the one to lose. If he had lost, only death would have awaited him. Qin Shujian would never be merciful to these people who wanted to kill him. Revenge was a dish best served cold. Now, he felt that 10 years was too long. Even if he didn't take revenge on the same day, a few days of respite was enough. Most importantly, given the Origin sect's current strength, dealing with these sects would be a piece of cake. Qin Shujian had originally planned to develop the sect slowly and strengthen the Origin sect's foundation as much as possible. In the end, the Origin sect's strength increased tremendously when it suddenly became a 4th-grade force. There weren't many sects in the True Dominion that could contend with it. Under the circumstances, Qin Shujian didn't think it was necessary to keep a low profile. It was time to be high profile. It was better to be high profile. The next day, Qin Shujian went to the library first and placed the golden body art manual inside. This cultivation technique wasn't very useful to him. After all, he already had the characteristics of an indestructible Vajra. He practiced again. There wouldn't be too many overlapping effects. After this, Qin Shujian gathered everyone and gathered at the martial arts practice field. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators and 10 outer energy realm cultivators stood together. Their terrifying aura made people's hearts tremble even though they didn't have to deliberately announce it. What is the sect planning to do? Is it going to start a war with someone? F***CK. The sect is going to start a war. This is a large-scale camp mission. Why isn't there a mission notification? Can we, the players, not participate in this mission? When the gathered players saw this scene, they all had excited expressions on their faces. If one were to ask them what kind of missions they liked the most, it would definitely be large-scale missions. The players had earned a lot from the 2 large-scale missions. This was especially true for the last Devil Calamity mission. He had earned a lot from it. However, they were puzzled that they hadn't received a mission notification until now. This made the players feel as if a cat was scratching their hearts. It would be too sad if they couldn't participate in the large-scale mission. Ever since the Origin sect was established, it has always pursued stable development and has never had any conflicts with other sects. However, the Northern Heavens True Dominion's Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect have deliberately become enemies with the Origin sect. In the face of such behavior, the Origin sect will not be bullied by others. Today, the Elder of Imparting Arts will be in charge of the Origin sect. The rest will follow me to flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. After he finished speaking, a system notification appeared in the minds of all the players. Large-scale camp mission, sect extermination battle, mission details. The Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect have deliberately provoked us in the Northern Heavens True Dominion. In order to protect the dignity of the sect, the disciples of the Origin sect are duty-bound. Mission completion rate, Cloud Mist sect 01, Coiling Stone sect 01, number of targets killed, 0. Mission reward, huge amount of experience points, huge amount of contribution point. Boom. All the players were shocked. When they saw the mission details, the joy on their faces was needless to say. Large-scale camp mission, and it was to challenge 2 sects at once. 2 words appeared in the minds of all the players. Domineering. However, on second thought, the Origin sect had the ability to do so. On the forum, some of the players who had joined the sect had posted the approximate strength of the sect. For example, the Origin sect, which had thousands of inner energy realm cultivators, was one of a kind. Seng Hong and the rest looked solemn as they replied calmly, "We will definitely flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. Flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect. Flatten the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect." The morale of the Origin sect disciples was high, and their killing intent had already soared to the sky. This time, Seng Hong, Fu Gang, Cao Sheng, Qiu Ping, and Li Zhongyi, the 5 elders, will lead 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators and half of the disciples to flatten the Cloud Mist sect. The rest will follow me to the Coiling Stone sect. Yes, sir. After flatten the 2 sects, we will need to retrieve their sect guarding spiritual items. Don't let them fall into the hands of others. Yes, sir. Let's go. Qin Shujian directly gave the order, and the entire Origin sect suddenly moved. In an instant, the weather changed. Other than a portion of the experts overseeing the Yuan sect, there were a total of 1,550 inner energy stage cultivators and 5 outer energy stage elders. As for the disciples under them, they were all mobilized. Such a big movement naturally caused panic among the others. What is the Origin sect doing? Does he want to flatten Feiye City? Zhong Baicheng looked at the number of experts, and his back was already soaked in sweat. Hong Bin and the rest beside him also swallowed their saliva with difficulty, and their faces were full of shock. They were even thinking about it. If so many experts were to really attack Feiye City, should they run or flee? There was no choice. With the strength of Feiye City, it was impossible for them to contend against such a large number of experts. Even if they went to the other cities to seek help, it would be too late. Even Zhong Baicheng and the rest were trembling with fear. The people of the Origin sect did not even look at Feiye City, and they directly walked past it. At that moment, some people had already collapsed to the ground. Quick, spread the news. The Origin sect is out in full force, including more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. They are heading straight out of the true domain of Mount Liang. I don't know what they are up to. After recovering from his shock, Zhong Baicheng immediately said angrily. It was too embarrassing. He was the leader of a city, and the other party had scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat just by passing by. If this were to spread, where would he put his face? He could only take the opportunity to vent his anger to cover up his embarrassment. On the forum, some players had already uploaded the video of the Origin sect's operation. The title was also very eye-catching: Large-Scale Camp Mission Begins. The Mount Liang Fort Master does not change his true colors. He wants to start a war to exterminate the sect, and his troops are heading straight for the true domain of Northern Heavens. Such a title and such a collection of content were once again pushed to the top of the forum by the forum's administrators. Especially the words Mount Liang Fort Master. It immediately became the focus of many players, and some people immediately clicked on it. When they saw the video, the shock in everyone's heart was indescribable. First comment. Occupying the first comment. By the way, I want to express my current mood. Second comment. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. The Origin sect is going to ascend to the heavens. A lowly sect with only 5 inner energy realm cultivators passing by. Third comment. Does anyone know where the true domain of Northern Heavens is? Is it far away? Is there anyone who wants to go and watch the battle? Fourth comment. Right now, I really want to know if there are any brothers who have entered the true domain of Northern Heavens. Fifth comment. Let's observe a moment of silence for the true domain of Northern Heavens to show our respect. Sixth comment. This video post caused a stir on the forum. It was even more shocking than when the Mount Liang Fort Master had destroyed the novice village. After all, everyone in the novice village was a noob. It was natural for them to be unable to break through the defense of the boss and be destroyed. But now, it was a war between sects. It was a war between NPC forces in the game world and NPC forces. For the current players, NPC sects were still in existence that they couldn't fight against. After all, the strongest players were only at the second stage of the true martial realm. They didn't even have inner energy realm cultivators. As for these NPC sects, they all had at least inner energy realm cultivators, and even outer energy realm cultivators. Unless they relied on a large number of players who didn't care about their lives, they might be able to destroy a sect. However, the price to pay for that would be too great. No one would be crazy to such an extent, and no one would have such great rallying power. No matter what, the Origin sect's full-force operation this time had already caused a huge stir among the players. Moreover, as time passed, the matter was gradually fermenting. Chapter 175. For the majority of the players, Yuanzong's actions this time made them feel excited. After all, players had always loved to watch a show. In a fight between sects like this, they might be able to pick up some scraps. However, a small group of players didn't think this way. Without a doubt, they were the players of the Northern Heavens true domain. When they saw this video, the players of the Northern Heavens true domain were filled with question marks. The comments in the comments were also quite excited. F***CK, what is the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master doing? Could it be that the Cold Mountain true domain is no longer enough for him? Northern Heavens true domain players kneel and beg to form a team. Pay. Does anyone know why the Cold Mountain Stronghold Master came to the Northern Heavens true domain? Brothers of Yuanzong, can you send out the details of the mission? The Cold Mountain Stronghold Master can't possibly want to destroy the entire Northern Heavens true domain, right? They couldn't help but feel nervous. They knew about their own sect situation. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators, with one true energy realm cultivator each, could probably flatten a mountain. Many players had already made preparations to retreat. Soon, Yuanzong's target was announced. Cloud Mist Sect. Coiling Stone Sect. There were a total of 3 sects in the Northern Heavens true domain. When the players of the remaining sect heard this news, they all heaved a sigh of relief. However, the players of the Cloud Mist Sect and Coiling Stone Sect were in an uproar. Northern Heavens true domain. Cloud Mist Sect. Where is the Elder? I want to see the Elder. I have something to report. After some players received the news, They immediately flew over to see the elder of the Cloud Mist sect. However, before they could see the elder, they were stopped by someone else. Stop. You are just insignificant inner sect disciples. How dare you ask to see the elder? F***ck. Immediately, some players couldn't help but lose their temper. Just as they were about to attack, they were pulled back by the players beside them. Once they attacked, there was a high probability that they would be expelled from the sect. This wasn't a joke. All the cultivation techniques and martial arts in the sect would be erased. Although the cultivation techniques would be erased and the experience points would be retained, it wouldn't be easy to find a high-grade cultivation technique that was comparable to the sect's cultivation techniques. Moreover, if the martial arts were erased, it would really be erased. This kind of punishment could be said to be heavy. Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from the person blocking their path, he was most likely an NPC nearing inner energy realm. If they were to fight, they might not necessarily be a match for him. Therefore, another player immediately spoke up. We've received news that Sky Origin sect is currently leading a large number of powerhouses to attack the Cloud Mist sect. This matter is extremely urgent. I hope that senior brother can help us pass on the message. What Yuan Zhong? I've never heard of him. That person frowned. He had never heard of Yuan Zhong's name before. My Cloud Mist sect strength is powerful. How dare a so-called Yuan Zhong declare war on my Cloud Mist sect? Over 1,000 inner energy realm experts from Yuan sect have been dispatched. I am not lying. Is the Essence sect a sect above the True Dominion? Ah, it's a sect from the True Dominion of Liang Mountain. What a joke. How can a True Dominion sect have more than 1,000 inner aura realm cultivators? I think all of you have lost your mind. F***ck. Do you not understand human language? At this moment, the other players could no longer hold back. It's fine if you can't do it, but why don't you pass on the message and let us meet the elders or the sect master first? As if he could sense the anger of the players, that person sneered and said sarcastically, during the Cloud Mist sect's heyday, it only had 10 inner energy realm elders. Which sect in the True Dominion has more than 1,000 inner energy realm experts now? I'm afraid that even the sects of the Spirit Dominion don't have that many expert. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the players present immediately turned cold. If they had still harbored any hope for the Cloud Mist sect, their last remaining hope had been completely shattered. Their heyday had only had 10 inner energy realm expert. If that wasn't their heyday, they wouldn't even have 10 inner energy realm experts. Based on this comparison, they could no longer see any hope. Sorry to disturb you, senior brother. Some disheartened players cupped their fists and turned to leave. The rest of the players did the same. Given the character of the Liang Mountain Stockade Master and the fact that he has mobilized so many people this time, it is basically a fact that the Cloud Mist sect will be exterminated. What are your plans now? Indecisiveness will only lead to trouble. What's there to consider? Let's retreat. 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 At this time, the Cloud Mist sect players had basically reached a consensus. And that was, retreat. Rather than living and dying together with the Cloud Mist sect and then suffering the punishment of exterminating the sect after suffering a loss, they might as well take advantage of this opportunity to flee. After all, the consequences of betraying the sect were the same. Therefore, the Cloud Mist sect players very straightforwardly chose to cut their losses. For a time, the players who had joined the Cloud Mist sect betrayed the sect one after another. They couldn't see the slightest hope of victory against the colossus that was Origin sect. When a large number of Cloud Mist sect disciples betrayed the sect, it finally alarmed the upper echelons of the Cloud Mist sect. At the same time, the Coiling Stone sect side wasn't too good either. Cao Hong and Liu Qinghong's expressions were as if their parents had died. They felt as if they were born to clash with that surnamed Qin. Or was it because this game was so unfriendly to them? The two originally wanted to develop wretchedly. Then, they would find an opportunity to exterminate Origin sect in one fell swoop. In the end, without waiting for them to develop, they received news that Origin sect was going to launch a collective attack. Especially the news of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. It was like a bolt from the blue, leaving the two of them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. More than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. Once he thought of this news, Cao Hong's heart helplessly groaned. How could they fight this? What are your plans? What plans can I have? We only have two choices now. We can either stay and be slaughtered by the Liang Mountain Fort Master again or leave now. The Coiling Stone sect only has a few elders who might be at the outer energy realm. However, a few outer energy realm cultivators are no match for more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. Liu Qinghong shook his head. Forget it. It was better to leave early before the Coiling Stone sect issued a compulsory mission similar to the novice village. Bear with it for a while and the wind will be calm. Take a step back and the sky will be clear. He now had a deep understanding of this saying. A lack of forbearance in small matters will spoil great plans. If we leave, our losses will be lighter. When the time comes, we can join another sect and recover our current cultivation realm very quickly. All right. Cao Hong nodded slightly. Just as the Cloud Mist sect and Coiling Stone sect players were preparing to betray the sect and leave, the news of Origin sect's large-scale attack shocked the other True Dominion sects. They crossed the Liang Mountain True Dominion. One step further and they would reach the Blue River True Dominion. The Origin sect had thousands of people, so it was impossible for the sects of the Blue River True Dominion not to receive any news. When so many cultivators at the inner energy realm and above gathered, their aura was as dazzling as the sun. Anyone with a good sense would be able to sense it. However, regardless of whether it was the Blue Cloud sect, the new overlords of the Golden Sun sect and the Water Moon sect, at that moment, the three sects maintained their silence. They did not know why the Origin sect had mobilized so many people. However, they could understand that given the strength of the Blue River True Dominion, even if the three sects joined forces, they would be crushed instantly if they dared to block the Origin sect's path. At the Blue Cloud sect, many elders were squatting in the main hall of the sect. Sect Master Qing Shu was sitting on the main seat expressionlessly, as if he did not care about anything. However, judging by his white eyebrows, one could tell that the sect master of the Blue Cloud sect was not calm at all. This was especially so when Qin Shujian stepped into the territory of the Blue Cloud sect. Qing Shu immediately received a warning from the Heavenly Tao. If it had been in the past, whenever he received a warning from the Heavenly Tao, he would definitely send someone to investigate or warn the other party to immediately withdraw from the territory of the sect. However, now, Qing Shu simply chose to turn a blind eye. Whatever warning from the Heavenly Tao, it had nothing to do with him at all. Sect Master, the Origin sect has entered the territory of the Blue Cloud sect in such a large scale, yet they did not send anyone to inform us. Isn't this a little too much? An elder said somewhat indignantly. As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately attracted the attention of others. Qing Yun turned his head to look at that person and sighed. Taoists are particular about peace and quiet. They are just passing by. Why do you have to be so serious? It seems that your cultivation is still not enough. Resign from your position as an elder and reflect on your actions. With just one sentence, this elder was directly removed from his position. Ignoring that person's greatly changed expression, Qing Shu immediately sealed his cultivation and sent someone to take him away. From the beginning to the end, the other elders in the main hall did not raise any objections. They still felt that it was better to remove this kind of hothead who could cause the death of the entire sect. As for Qin Shujian, when he entered the territory of the other sects, he also received a warning from the system. However, he did not take this news seriously at all. Now that the Origin sect's aura was like a rainbow, anyone who dared to block their path, regardless of their previous identity, was now an enemy. As for the enemy, they would be crushed. Fortunately, ever since they had stepped into the Blue Stream True Dominion, no one had been so stubborn as to block the Origin sect's path. As time passed, the Origin sect's aura reached a peak as it traversed the entire Blue Stream True Dominion. 2 days later, the sect's army officially stepped out of the Blue Stream True Dominion and entered the Northern Heavens True Dominion. Instantly, all the forces in the Blue Stream True Dominion heaved a huge sigh of relief. After all, It was hard not to be nervous when so many experts were running amok in their own territory. The Blue Stream True Dominion was close to several True Dominion. The Northern Heavens True Dominion was one of them. After entering the Northern Heavens True Dominion, Qin Shujian immediately ordered, according to the plan, 5 elders will bring people to the Cloud Mist sect. The rest will follow me to the Coiling Stone sect. Yes. Immediately, the power of the Origin sect split into 2 and headed in 2 different directions. At this moment, the sects in the Northern Heavens True Dominion finally received the news. All the forces felt as if they had experienced an earthquake. They hurriedly sent people to investigate the whereabouts of the Origin sect, wanting to know what the other party's motive was. As for the Cloud Mist sect and the Coiling Stone sect, finally, when a large number of players betrayed the sect, they received news that they could not believe. A sect had crossed 2 True Dominion to attack. There were also more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators accompanying them. These words sounded rather ridiculous, but when they really found out, they had no choice but to believe it. Chapter 176. At this moment, the 2 sects were already in chaos. Over at the Coiling Stone sect, the previous sect master had died tragically at the hands of the Devil Disaster, and the previous vice sect master, Yang Zongping, had taken over the position of sect master. In the end, he hadn't even warmed up his seat when he received news of Yuan sect's large-scale attack. He just needed to use his brain. Yang Zongping basically knew the reason why Origin sect would launch a large-scale attack. He didn't expect Qin Shujian to be so vengeful. He had only made a move when he was trying to snatch the Azure Lotus. Before he had the chance to injure the other party, he had already been scared away. From beginning to end, Yang Zongping realized that he was just a bystander. But even so, he still bore a grudge against him. She thought of the scene where Qin Shujian had a gentle smile on his face. Yang Zongping finally understood what it meant to hide a dagger in a smile. Things are getting troublesome. He took a deep breath and felt that his legs and stomach were not listening to him. Let's not talk about the 1,000+ inner energy stage practitioners. Qin Shujian alone was not someone the Coiling Stone sect could resist. Back then, dozens of physical invulnerability realm experts had joined forces, but they had still been beaten to a pulp. The sharpness of the 1,000 mountain blood and the terror of the Great Wilderness Devil Suppression Seal were still fresh in his mind. At this moment, a powerful aura came crashing down as if the sky was collapsing. The entire Coiling Stone sect trembled slightly. Sect Master, this is bad. The people from Yuan sect are about to arrive. Come with me and have a look. Without the reminder of the elder who came in, Yang Zongping also received the warning of the heavenly axiom. After taking a few deep breaths, he barely stabilized his mind and walked out of the sect hall. At this moment, the disciples of the Coiling Stone sect were in a state of panic. Sect leader, the Coiling Stone sect has arrived. An inner energy realm deacon stepped forward and coldly looked at the mountain peak before him as he spoke in a deep voice. Qin Shujian raised his head and looked at the sky. The heaven and earth spirit chi was lingering there, making the heaven and earth spirit chi much denser than other places. He didn't say much. He simply waved his hand and spat out a single word. Kill. Hearing this, more than 500 physical invulnerability realm cultivators unleashed their auras and charged towards the Coiling Stone sect at lightning speed. As for the other players, at this moment, they didn't dare to fall behind as they followed closely behind these inner energy realm cultivators. All the players understood. This was basically a smooth sailing battle. With so many inner energy cultivators and sect master Qin Shujian personally overseeing the situation, the Coiling Stone sect had no chance of resisting. Boom! The eruption of true essence shattered the mountain rocks. In less than a breath's time, the mountain gate of the Coiling Stone sect was crushed. What a powerful commotion! This caused the hearts of the Coiling Stone sect disciples to tremble. Hold on! A loud shout rang out, followed by the appearance of Gang Qi, destroying the qi of several inner energy stage cultivators. Yang Zongping was escorted by a group of experts from the Coiling Stone sect. His eyelids twitched as he looked at the experts from the Yuan sect. When they saw Qin Shujian walking slowly over the ruins, they were shocked. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Sect Master Qin, if you have something to say, let's talk it out. The previous matter was my fault. I hope that Sect Master Qin can be magnanimous and forgive me this time. If you have any requests, I will do my best to fulfill them." After saying this, Yang Zongping didn't blush at all. What was face? More than 500 inner energy stage cultivators standing in front of them were enough to trample on the face of any true Dominion sect. Not to mention, there was an even more terrifying sect master of the Yuan sect. Hand over the Coiling Stone sect's sect guarding treasure and the Coiling Stone sect will completely merge with the Yuan sect. Sect Master Qin, you are making things difficult for us. Why don't you change your conditions? I will definitely comply. Yang Zongping's expression was ugly, but he didn't dare show it. Then there is no room for discussion. Qin Shujian's expression was calm as he said lightly, "What are you waiting for? Do you want me to teach you what to do? Kill." Upon hearing this, the people from the Yuan sect were shocked. They immediately charged towards the Coiling Stone sect. In an instant, more than 10 Coiling Stone sect disciples were killed. Even Yang Zongping had no choice but to release his protective Gang Qi to block the oncoming attack. He then looked at Qin Shujian with a furious expression. "Do you really want to fight to the death? The fish will die, but the net will not break." Qin Shujian shook his head slightly. It was also at this moment that a terrifying wave of energy exploded from the Coiling Stone sect. It was like a rainbow piercing through the sun as it rushed towards Qin Shujian's face. That intimidating might caused the faces of those who sensed it to change drastically. The people from the Yuan sect wanted to warn him, but it was too late. However, the rainbow was fast, but there was something faster than it. Bang! A snow-white blade light appeared like flowing water. A vast aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, everyone's heart sank. When the blade light collided with the rainbow, there was no surprise. The rainbow was directly broken in half and fell to the ground. What replaced it was a long blade. The Thunder Dao seal on the blade was faintly discernible. It was as terrifying as the heavens. "No, it's impossible." Yang Zongping was shocked. He couldn't even stand properly. He looked at the crystal arrow that was broken into two on the ground. There was still an inextinguishable luster flowing within it. Innate spiritual item, cloud-piercing arrow. Its power was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon. This was the true foundation of the Coiling Stone sect. It was also the most advantageous trump card of the Coiling Stone sect against external enemies. Even if it was an expert at the peak of the true martial realm, without the protection of a strong armor, the cloud-piercing arrow would still kill him. The cloud-piercing arrow was the pinnacle of battle. It was able to kill a spiritual martial realm expert in the spirit zone with one arrow. That was the true pinnacle of the Coiling Stone sect. Originally, Yang Zongping had planned to use the cloud-piercing arrow to kill Qin Shujian if he didn't want to back down. Even if he had a half-step Dao artifact, the outcome would be the same. After all, the other party's half-step Dao artifact was not an armor type. This was also the reason why he insisted on taking the last step and not backing down. With the cloud-piercing arrow, he did have the confidence to do so. However, when he saw the 1,000 mountain blood above the Coiling Stone sect, the terrifying heavens within the Thunder Dao seal made Yang Zongping's heart tremble. An uncontrollable fear rose from the bottom of his heart. A Dao artifact. Not a half-step Dao artifact, but a true Dao artifact. Even the cloud-piercing arrow, which was comparable to a mid-grade spiritual weapon, was cut in half. A Dao artifact protecting its owner was nothing more than this. Qin, / Just as Yang Zongping was about to speak, an indifferent voice sounded. Immediately after, the 1,000 mountain blood above the Coiling Stone sect's head slashed down. Yang Zongping had just put up his protective qi when it was destroyed in an instant. He had completely fallen under this slash. When Yang Zongping died, the Coiling Stone sect's 2 outer invulnerability realm elders and a few inner invulnerability realm experts had all fallen. Under the attack of more than 500 inner invulnerability realm adepts, outer invulnerability realm adepts were nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. At this moment, a desolate figure rushed over from afar and knelt down in front of Qin Shujian. Sect Master Qin, I am willing to join the Yuan sect. Please spare my life. You are not worthy of joining the Yuan sect. Seeing this, a Yuan sect expert was about to kill him. Qin Shujian's spiritual eye moved slightly. Immediately after, he said, wait. A simple word. The inner invulnerability realm cultivator immediately retracted his true Yuan and retreated to the side. The Coiling Stone sect disciple who was kneeling on the ground trembled slightly, as if he could feel death in front of him. However, he resisted the urge to run away. What is your name? My name is Lin Daozhen. Lin Daozhen? Qin Shujian's expression did not change. He said indifferently, if I let you join the Yuan sect, what benefits can you bring me? The cloud-piercing arrow is only one of the treasures of the Coiling Stone sect. There is another treasure, the Qiankuan bow. I happen to know where it is. Afraid that his offer was not attractive enough, Lin Daozhen swallowed his saliva and continued, furthermore, I know where the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect is. I can tell you all of this. I only hope that you will give me the opportunity to join the Yuan sect after this. At the end of his sentence, he raised his head and looked straight at Qin Shujian. Looking at the other party's face, which was a mixture of sweat and blood, only a pair of dim eyes showed a strong desire. That was the desire for life. Looking at the ruins of the Coiling Stone sect and the people of Yuan sect who were killing the remaining disciples of the Coiling Stone sect, Qin Shujian nodded slightly and said, all right, I will give you this opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Daozhen's attributes appeared in front of his eyes completely. When he saw the other party's loyalty, Qin Shujian's eyes flickered. Loyalty of 98 points. This was close to the level of being loyal to the death. Even in the current Yuan sect, this loyalty was much higher than most people. Seeing this, Qin Shujian took note of Lin Daozhen's name. He did not consider who the other party was in the past and whether he had betrayed the sect in order to survive. He wanted it. Only to the people of the Yuan sect. As long as they were loyal to the Yuan sect and were loyal to him, that was enough. Stop for now, Qin Shujian said lightly, but his voice spread throughout the entire Coiling Stone sect. The people of Yuan sect who were killing the remaining disciples of the Coiling Stone sect had no choice but to stop now. Now, almost all the cultivators of the true martial realm in the Coiling Stone sect were dead. The hunter shoots the bird that sticks out. Those with high cultivation were targeted by the people of Yuan sect immediately. The remaining people. They were all in the basic martial realm. Some of these people had fear in their eyes, and some could not help but sit on the ground. Qin Shujian said coldly, I will give you 3 breaths of time. Those who are willing to surrender to the Yuan sect and do not hold any grudges will be spared. Those who are stubborn and resist will be killed on the spot. After saying this, immediately, someone cried out, I am willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender. Good, now all the survivors of the Coiling Stone sect, gather here immediately. If you want to hide secretly, once I find you, kill without mercy. Hearing this, the people of the Coiling Stone sect quickly came in front of Qin Shujian one after another. As for the people of Yuan sect, without Qin Shujian's order, they did not dare to act recklessly. They only stared at the people of the Coiling Stone sect like tigers watching their prey. As long as there was something wrong, they would ruthlessly kill. Chapter 177. Looking at the group of Coiling Stone sect disciples in front of him, Qin Shujian roughly looked, there were about 500 to 600 people. Enter my Yuan sect and stand to the left. Those who are willing to live and die with the Coiling Stone sect can stay where they are. I'll give you 10 breaths to make your choice. After saying that, most of the Coiling Stone sect disciples hurriedly moved to the left, afraid that they would lose their lives if they were a step slower. However, not all of the Coiling Stone sect disciples were afraid of death. There were still dozens of people who stood in the same place. For these people. Qin Shujian did not ask for the reason, but simply spat out a word, kill. In an instant. True essence exploded, killing all of these disciples. This scene directly made the remaining people tremble. Qin Shujian's eyes were calm from the beginning to the end. These disciples who were unwilling to surrender were indeed worthy of admiration, but admiration was secondary. He did not intend to leave any future troubles. Cut the grass without removing the roots. The spring breeze blew on the young generation. No one knew if there would be anyone who would become an expert in the future. When the time came to attack Yuan sect, it would be others' turn to decide their own survival. Then, Qin Shujian looked at those who chose to surrender and said, "From today onwards, you are Yuan sect's odd job disciples. As long as you perform well, Yuan sect will treat you equally. Your future is completely in your hands. Greetings, sect master." Good. Qin Shujian's spiritual eye flashed, then swept across the odd job disciples one by one. Qian Shanxue stood in the air, as if overlooking the existence of the world. All of a sudden, a terrifying blade chi shot out, directly killing an odd job disciple. The sudden turn of events gave everyone a fright. Don't panic, as long as you don't have any disloyalty, your life will not be in danger. Qin Shujian's words made them feel a little more at ease, but they still did not stand uneasily. To this, Qin Shujian did not pay much attention to it. His spiritual eye continued to scan, and let Qian Shanxue kill anyone whose loyalty was in the negative. He did not even need to find out, so as not to waste time. For a moment, blade chi overflowed continuously. In the end, dozens more people died. It wasn't until the last day that Qin Shujian withdrew his gaze. He turned to Lin Daozhen and said, "From now on, these people will be under your command. If there are any who have bad intentions, you can kill them first and report later." Disciple obeys. Lin Daozhen was overjoyed. He immediately lowered his head and replied respectfully. Qin Shujian then said to the other Yuan sect disciples, "You guys go and search for the martial arts of the Coiling Stone sect. Bring me to see where the bow of heaven and earth is." The last sentence was directed at Lin Daozhen. Sect leader, please follow me. Lin Daozhen took the lead and led the way. Qin Shujian reached out and grabbed the broken piercing cloud arrow, then put it into his storage ring and followed Lin Daozhen deep into the Coiling Stone sect. After receiving the order, the disciples of Yuan sect also headed towards the place where the Coiling Stone sect stored their martial arts techniques. Every sect. They all had places similar to Yuan sect's book collection pavilion. In addition, the people who had become Yuan sect's odd job workers were also disciples of the Coiling Stone sect in their previous lives. They were very clear about these places. On the other side, although Tao Master Lin was only an inner disciple, he had secretly investigated the situation of the Coiling Stone sect. Originally, according to his plan, he wanted to find an opportunity to viciously plot against the Coiling Stone sect. However, the opportunity did not come. Instead, he was waiting for the opportunity to destroy the Coiling Stone sect. To Lin Daozhen, the current outcome was more satisfying than he had expected. He was familiar with the place. He directly led Qin Shujian left and right and finally entered a side hall. The moment he stepped into the side hall, Qin Shujian could feel a strong wave of spirit qi. He saw a longbow hanging in front of the side hall. There were inscriptions engraved on it, as if it was naturally formed. A strong aura was overflowing from it. "Who are you people? How dare you trespass here?" A thought rose from the longbow and turned into a thunderous voice. Qin Shujian frowned and looked at the longbow in front of him. His eyes flickered. The birth of spiritual intelligence. This was something that could be done by any spiritual artifact-grade treasure. However, to be able to communicate with ordinary people without any mistakes, it had to be nurtured over a long period of time so that its spiritual intelligence would continue to grow. Only then could it finally achieve this step. Of course, the higher the grade, the faster the spiritual intelligence would be nurtured. However, no matter how fast it could not be done in a short period of time. For example, the 1000 Mountain Blood was already a Tao artifact, but its spiritual intelligence was only at the level of telepathy. If it was like the bow of heaven and earth, it would at least need a long period of nurturing. Were you the one who shot at me just now? You are the owner of that Tao artifact. The bow of heaven and earth trembled slightly, as if it felt threatened. Then get down here. After finding the culprit, Qin Shujian did not waste time talking nonsense with him. He directly used his true essence to take the bow of heaven and earth. Feeling threatened, the bow of heaven and earth was about to explode with spiritual energy to resist. Hum! The sound of a blade rang out, causing the bow of heaven and earth to tremble again. The spiritual energy that was originally prepared to resist was forcibly dispersed, and then Qin Shujian took it down. Subsequently, with a flash, the bow of heaven and earth was already stored in the storage ring. He did not have time to study these innate spiritual objects. Everything would wait until he returned. Sect Master is invincible. Even the bow of heaven and earth can be easily taken down. Lin Daozhen flattered without leaving a trace, but he was truly shocked in his heart. The bow of heaven and earth was the most precious treasure of the Coiling Stone sect. He did not know how strong it was. But just by listening to the rumors, one could know that it was an extremely terrifying weapon. Qin Shujian did not comment and said, "Where is the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect?" "It's here." Lin Daozhen came to the wall on the other side of the side hall and said, "This is the place where the bow of heaven and earth is stored." At the same time, the bow of heaven and earth is also the existence of the treasure vault. But thinking about it, to enter here, we still need to find a secret door. While talking, he had already felt around some of the things. After all, as an inner disciple, it was not easy to find out where the treasure vault was. It was too difficult to find out the way to open the treasure vault. No need to be so troublesome. Step back. Although Lin Daozhen did not understand, he still stepped back. Then, Qin Shujian released a stream of energy and directly bombarded the wall. Rumble. The entire side hall was shaking. After the energy dissipated, although the wall in front of him was a little broken, it was still intact. Qin Shujian's face darkened and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Then, this awkwardness turned into anger. This time, he did not hold back any of his strength. All of his true origin surged and turned into energy that bombarded the wall. The surface of the wall peeled off, revealing the darkness inside. Under the full force of the peak of the true martial realm, the door of the treasure vault was still not opened. "Sect Master, why don't I look for the mechanism?" "Step back a little further." Qin Shujian's face was gloomy and directly asked Lin Daozhen to step back. This time, he was going to go all out with the treasure vault. Then, he formed a seal with both hands and a terrifying and vast power gathered in it. Then, as if the sky was falling, the terrifying power directly landed on the dark wall. Great Wilderness Demon Suppression Seal, Moving Mountain Seal, a mid-grade divine level martial art. Once used, it was earth-shattering. A terrifying force erupted, and the entire side hall collapsed under this force. Lin Daozhen did not have time to be shocked. When the side hall collapsed, he was the first to retreat. Rumble. The side hall collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. By the time the dust had settled, Yi Zichen had already made his move. When Lin Daozhen looked over, he saw that the dark wall had been completely shattered. On the ground behind the wall, there was a black hole, and he could vaguely see a staircase. This is the treasure vault of the Coiling Stone sect. Although he was shocked by Qin Shujian's strength, he still came to the entrance and said, "Go down." "Yes." Lin Daozhen looked at the black hole, but he still walked in. A peak of the basic level martial realm cultivator might not be very strong, but seeing in the dark was not a big problem. After Lin Daozhen went down, Qin Shujian followed along the staircase. The surroundings were dark. But in the spirit eye, it was as bright as day. He was not worried about any traps. Not to mention Lin Daozhen's loyalty, with his current strength, there was no one in the Coiling Stone sect who could pose a threat to him. The staircase was not long, and it took less than a minute to reach the bottom. The originally small and narrow space suddenly became spacious and open. In a spacious secret room, The walls were inlaid with a few small jade stones. They shone faintly, illuminating the room so that ordinary people could see normally. Through the light, one could clearly see that there were 3 or 4 tall shelves in the secret room. On top of them were different weapons. A faint cold light circulated among them, indicating that these weapons were not of low quality. On the other side, there were dozens of chests. When Qin Shujian opened them, he saw that some of the chests were filled with precious ores. There were also a few jade boxes filled with spirit treasures. Next, the rest of the chests were very straightforward. They were all white and shiny silver tails. Seeing this, a smile finally appeared on Qin Shujian's face. He touched the chests and kept them in his storage ring. Soon, the entire storage ring was filled to the brim. At first, he thought that the space of 3 feet was a little small. Only now did he realize that the space of 3 feet was not small at all. He had emptied the treasury of the Coiling Stone sect. You have a total of 135,000 silver. Looking at the system's information, Qin Shujian had a clear idea of the amount of silver he had seized. 130,000 silver, that was not a small amount. Even if the Sky Origin sect did not have that much, it was still a problem. As for Lin Daozhan, although he was envious of such things, he also knew his identity. Therefore, he only stood respectfully at the side and did not move. Let's go. After glancing at the empty treasury, Qin Shujian was about to turn around and leave. All of a sudden, he stopped in his tracks and looked sideways at the jade stones on the wall. Then, he walked over and dug out all the jade stones. Then, he put them into his storage ring. The treasury became dark all of a sudden. This time, Qin Shujian looked at it carefully. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he left with Lin Daozhan. At the same time, the people of the Sky Origin sect had also emptied all the valuable items of the Coiling Stone sect. Finally, they piled them up in an empty space. Among them, there were various cultivation methods and martial arts that Qin Shujian had been longing for. Chapter 178. Soon, the video of Yuan Zhong's annihilation was uploaded. The players who had been paying attention to this battle, when the video appeared, they immediately clicked on it. It didn't take long for the video to end. However, all the players who watched the video remained silent. Then, they were completely shocked. Strong, terrifyingly strong, even though Yuan Zhong's strength had been separated, Yunwu sect and Monolith sect still couldn't resist. They were drowned by the terrifying number of inner energy realm cultivators. Especially the scene where Qin Shujian killed the Monolith sect master with one slash. It was even more shocking. Suddenly, many people seemed to have seen the methods of the Liangshan stockade master who had massacred the entire village. Your stockade master is still your stockade master. The big boss is still the big boss. Originally, some players wanted to find a chance to attack the Liangshan stockade master because their strength had increased. This was a legendary boss among the players. However, after watching the video, most people extinguished this thought. That's right. There were many players who had entered the true martial realm at this stage. However, they had only just entered the true martial realm. An NPC who was obviously in the outer energy realm couldn't even resist and was killed in one move. Such terrifying strength wasn't something that the players at this stage could contend with. As for the Monolith sect and Yunwu sect players, there was only one thought in their minds. That was, it was good to run fast. Although the punishment for betraying the sect was severe, they felt that they would definitely trigger a compulsory mission based on the situation in the video. Then, they would be repeatedly killed by Yuan Zhong's people in the sect. In such an overwhelming situation, the strength of both sides was not even on the same level. On the other side, there were still people from the Monolith sect who surrendered. However, on the Yunwu sect side, Yuan Zhong's elder carried out Qin Shujian's orders perfectly and wiped the entire Yunwu sect from the Northern Heaven's true domain. As for the Yunwu sect's treasure and all their loot, they were brought over by Seng Hong and the others. It was similar to the Monolith sect. The Yunwu sect's treasure was an innate spiritual item that was comparable to a spiritual weapon. After keeping it in his storage ring, Qin Shujian looked at the huge pile of loot in front of him. Then, he took out the items in his storage ring. Seeing the sudden appearance of the items, many people were stunned, but they quickly recovered. Elder Fu, take a group of people and bring these items back to the Origin sect, along with the people from the Coiling Stone sect. As for the rest, follow me to the true domain of the Fenghai sect. Yes. Fu Gang was startled at first, but he quickly regained his senses. As for the other players, at this moment, a new quest notification appeared in their minds. The first phase of the mission was completed. However, the words Large-Scale Faction Mission 2 appeared in the second phase. Shortly after, Qin Shujian led the group of Yuan sect disciples and continued to head toward the Fenghai True Dominion. Yuan Zhong had made such a big move. He had never thought of stopping after destroying 2 sects. This time, Qin Shujian wanted all the sects in the True Dominion to be terror-stricken when they heard the name of the Origin sect. He wanted them to understand that anyone who tried to oppose the Origin sect would only end up dead. Also, although Yuan Zhong's strength was tyrannical, other than the batch of people recruited later on, there were not many who had experienced bloody battles. This time, he could also make use of this opportunity to train the troops and let the people of Yuan sect truly see blood. As for the players, he could also let them see the true strength of Yuan sect. There would always be some people who would have unnecessary thoughts. Qin Shujian expressed that he could still afford to pay a small amount of life force source. After all, the wool came from the sheep. Not long after the people of Yuan sect left, people immediately came to check on the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. When they arrived, they could only see the ruins of the sect gate. As for the people of the 2 sects, none of them were left. In an instant, the news of the destruction of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect spread like wildfire. Besides the Northern Heavens True Dominion, even the nearby Mystic Void True Dominion and the Blue River True Dominion received the news of the destruction of the 2 sects. Everyone who heard this news was shocked. However, they also felt that it was only natural. More than 1,000 inner aura realm cultivators could easily crush any True Dominion sect. However, even if they had expected this, when the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect were destroyed, they could not help but feel shocked. Faintly, they also felt sympathy for the loss of the 2 sects. This was especially so for the Monolith sect. It had existed in the Northern Heavens True Dominion for more than 1,000 years and was considered a large sect with a strong foundation. Even though it had declined in recent years, it still possessed the cosmic bow and the cloud-piercing arrow, which were the cornerstone treasures of the region. Even though the Monolith sect had declined, not many people dared to provoke it. In fact, there were not many people who were confident that they could beat the Monolith sect in terms of strength. Most of them, their strength was on par with each other. In less than half a day, such a large sect had been annihilated. Apart from feeling sympathy for the loss of the 2 sects, everyone also felt that they were in danger. Very soon, these sects secretly investigated the whereabouts of Yuan sect, wanting to see if he had returned. However, they received news that Yuan sect had only sent a group of people to bring back the seized resources. The rest of them had crossed the Northern Heavens True Dominion and headed for the Fenghai True Dominion. This piece of news caused another perilous situation. What is Yuan sect trying to do? Could it be that he wants to destroy the Listening Ocean sect as well? In the Listening Ocean sect, Yu Jianghai instantly became restless after receiving news of Yuan sect's movements. The destruction of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect especially gave him a huge pressure. Yu Jianghai did not forget. Other than the people from the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect, Yu Jianghai was also one of the people who had taken action. Originally, he thought that he would apologize to Qin Shujian. Then, this matter would be considered over. However, looking at Yuan sect's posture, he was clearly the kind of person who would seek revenge for every grievance. Since the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect had been destroyed, the next one would probably be his Listening Ocean sect. After all, the Fenghai True Dominion was close to the Northern Heavens True Dominion. At the moment, in the Listening Ocean sect, not only was Yu Jianghai slightly flustered, but even the group of elders who had received the news were panicking. They did not know about the conflict between Yu Jianghai and Qin Shujian. However, Yuan sect had first gone to the Northern Heavens True Dominion to destroy the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. Now, he had brought people directly to the Fenghai True Dominion. No one could be sure that he was not coming for the Listening Ocean sect. If he was really coming for them, then, the Listening Ocean sect would probably follow in the footsteps of the two sects. Sect Master, what should we do now? Should we send someone to find out what Yuan sect's intentions are? In the Great Hall of the sect, the great elder of the Listening Ocean sect, Ding Zhongyuan, could not maintain his composure. There was an unconcealable panic on his old face. Yu Jianghai took a deep breath and shook his head. According to my estimation, the Dimension sect's target is most likely my Listening Ocean sect. During the trip to the Beichuan Great Dominion, Qin Shujian and I had some conflicts. The people of the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect also had some conflicts with him. Now that the two sects have been destroyed, with his vengeful character, I'm afraid that my Listening Ocean sect will not be able to escape. Hearing this, the expressions of the others in the Great Hall of the sect changed abruptly. If they were not sure of Yuan sect's target earlier, then Yu Jianghai's words had confirmed their speculation. At this moment, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Then what should we do? An elder's voice was trembling as he spoke. In the end, he looked at Yu Jianghai and said, "Why don't Sect Master apologize to Yuan sect? Maybe he will let us off." Haha. Yu Jianghai smiled insincerely as he shook his head and sneered. If apologizing was useful, how would the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect end up being destroyed? Do you think that the deterrence of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators is not enough to make the two sects bow their heads? These words. Once again, it made the hearts of the Listening Ocean sect's elders sink as their faces turned pale. That's right. If they could think of giving in, the other two sects would definitely not fight Yuan sect head-on. But in reality, the two sects were still destroyed. This also proved that Yuan sect's determination was firm and could not be easily shaken. The only way now is to join forces with the other sects to resist Yuan sect together. Otherwise, if Yuan sect is defeated one by one, no one will benefit. After Yu Jianghai recovered from his shock, he immediately made a decision. Yuan sect was strong. But because he was too strong and his methods were so ruthless, it would definitely cause the other sects to be wary. After all, no one could be sure if they had offended Yuan sect. If one day, they were to arrive at the city gates, then only death would await them. Therefore, he was confident that he could persuade the experts of the other sects to join forces to resist Yuan sect. Especially after the two sects were destroyed, Yu Jianghai was not afraid that the other sects would not be afraid. Hearing this, Ding Zhongyuan nodded and said, "That's right. Yuan sect is now powerful and ruthless. We can join forces with the other sects to eradicate them in one fell swoop. This matter should not be delayed. Elders, please head to the other sects to lobby them." All right. Instantly, the entire Listening Ocean sect was moved. Northern Heaven's True Domain was close to Fenghai True Domain. Although Listening Ocean sect was on the other side of Fenghai True Domain, it would only take 2 to 3 days to travel from Coiling Stone sect to Listening Ocean sect. Therefore, Yu Jianghai and the others had to rope in enough experts to fight against Yuan sect within 2 to 3 days. This kind of matter was imminent, and no one dared to delay for even half a second. As for the players of Listening Ocean sect, after seeing the second phase of the mission of Yuan sect's players on the forum, they all fell into silence. They did not know what Yu Jianghai and the others were planning. They only knew that the big boss, Liang Mountain Fortmaster, was about to arrive. Run. Or not run. This was a problem. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, the players of Listening Ocean sect reached a common idea: run. They had to run. Listening Ocean sect did not let them see any hope of victory. Or rather, it was not a matter of victory or not, but they did not see any hope of survival. In the eyes of the players, The destruction of Listening Ocean sect was already settled. Whether to stay and be buried with them or to withdraw in advance, as long as they were not stubborn, they knew which one to choose. Immediately after Cloud Mist sect and Coiling Stone sect, a large number of disciples of Listening Ocean sect defected. Chapter 179. Sect Master. Someone from the Listening Sea sect is asking for an audience at the foot of the mountain. Let him in, Fu Qinghong said faintly in the sect hall. Immediately, the deacon in front of him turned and left. Subsequently, an elder of the Qingcheng sect said, Sect Master, the people from the Listening Sea sect have never been in contact with us. Now that they suddenly sent someone here, I'm afraid their intentions are not simple. Of course I know. Fu Qinghong smiled faintly. Although the two sects were both in the Fenghai True Dominion, their relationship was not very good. There were even quite a few disputes over some resources. Now that Yu Jianghai had sent someone here, he would not believe it at all unless he had a request. Combined with the news he had just received, Fu Qinghong roughly understood the purpose of the Listening Sea sect's visit. Soon, under the guidance of an elder with a peaceful face, he stepped into the Qingcheng sect hall. He looked at Fu Qinghong and cupped his hands. I'm Ding Zhongyuan. Greetings to Sect Master Fu. Haha, so great Elder Ding of the Listening Sea sect is here. Come, give him a seat. Thank you. Ding Zhongyuan sat down and immediately said, I'm sure the Qingcheng sect has heard the news that the Yuan sect destroyed the Yunwu and Monolith sects in one fell swoop and headed straight for the Fenghai True Dominion. I've heard a little about it. Could it be that Elder Ding is here for the Yuan sect? Yes. Ding Zhongyuan did not deny it and directly cut to the chase. The Yuan sect mobilized the entire sect, a total of more than 1,000 inner energy realm cultivators. After destroying the two sects, they headed straight for the Fenghai True Dominion. Their intentions are definitely not simple. The Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect were completely annihilated in less than 2 hours after encountering the Origin sect. Their foundation of thousands of years was reduced to nothing. I'm afraid that the sects in the Fenghai True Dominion will follow in their footstep. The Listening Sea sect's words are a bit exaggerated. A Qingcheng sect elder sneered. It said that the Yunwu and Monolith sects were destroyed by the Yuan sect because they offended Qin Shujian. Our Qingcheng sect has never had anything to do with it, so how could we be in danger of being destroyed? Ding Zhongyuan's expression didn't change as he said, the experts of the True Dominion sect usually have 10 to 20 inner energy realm cultivators. The weaker ones only have a few inner energy realm cultivators. According to my understanding, the Green City sect only had 23 inner energy realm cultivators and 7 outer energy realm cultivators at its peak. What do you mean? Based on what I know, the Green City sect only has 12 to 13 inner energy cultivators and less than 5 outer energy cultivators. This kind of strength can be ranked among the top sects in the North Cloud Manor. Ding Zhongyuan didn't answer immediately. Instead, he muttered to himself. As for Fu Qinghong, who was sitting in the main seat, his expression did not change as his gaze landed on the other party. The number of outer invulnerability adepts in the Yuan sect will not stop for the time being. As for inner invulnerability adepts, there are no less than 1,500 of them. The number of experts in the Yuan sect has already surpassed the Azure Cloud sect by 100 times. In other words, if Yuan Zong wanted to make a move against the House of Qing, all he needed to do was to move his finger and crush it. If Sect Master Fu wanted to crush an ant on the spur of the moment, would he consider so many factors? How dare you? How dare you? How dare you insult our sect? Instantly, the elders of the Green City sect in the hall flew into a rage as they pointed at Ding Zhongyuan and scolded him. Even Fu Qinghong looked at the other party with a somewhat cold gaze. Ding Zhongyuan's expression didn't change. He cupped his hands and said, "This old man didn't mean to insult the Qingcheng sect. I'm just stating a fact. Whether it's my Listening Sea sect, the Qingcheng sect, or any other sect. In front of Yuan Zong, we are all vulnerable. As long as Qin Shujian wants to, he can annihilate all of us. I believe that I don't need to explain in detail what more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators represent. Everyone should understand. Now that Yuan Zhong is rushing toward the true dominion of the Fenghai Sea, his wild ambitions are obvious. The Listening Sea sect intends to join forces with the other sects to resist Yuan Zhong when he enters the true dominion of the Fenghai Sea. At the end of his speech, Ding Zhongyuan finally revealed his true intentions. Fu Qinghong sneered and said, "Even if I agree, do you think that the Green City sect and the Listening Sea sect can resist Yuan Zhong? The Green City sect is just one of the sects. Our sect has already sent people to contact the Fengshan True Dominion of the Fengshan True Dominion, the Yanhua sect, the Mountain Shifting sect, and other sects. With our 5 sects joining forces, we may be able to resist Yuan Zhong." Ding Zhongyuan paused and continued, "Moreover, as long as we kill Qin Shujian, the other people in Yuan Zhong will definitely be discouraged. At that time, even if there are 1,500 inner energy cultivators, we still have a chance of winning. The Green City sect needs to consider this matter. Elder Ding, please do as you wish. Yuan Zhong will be here soon. I hope that sect leader Fu can make a decision soon. I will take my leave first." Ding Zhongyuan got up and left. Soon. Only the people of the Green City sect were left in the hall. "Sect leader, the Listening Sea sect is clearly dragging us down with them. How can we let them succeed?" a Green City sect elder said indignantly. Ding Zhongyuan's words had already made him unhappy. Now that Ding Zhongyuan had left, he no longer had any qualms about speaking. Fu Qinghong's expression was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Although that is the case, Ding Zhongyuan's words are not without reason. Yuan Zhong is very powerful now. It will be very difficult for our sects to stay out of this. Yuan Zhong was too powerful. He was so powerful that the true dominion could no longer contain him. Given the current power of Yuan Zhong, if they were allowed to continue developing, the 1,500 inner energy cultivators would become more than 1,500 outer energy cultivators in a few years. Even if all the outer energy cultivators in the true dominion of the Baiyun Mansion were added together, they would only have this number. The strength of a sect would have the ability to contend with the entire Baiyun Mansion's true dominion. It had to be said. This was a very frightening matter. If Yuan Zhong had not reached into the Fenghai true dominion, Fu Qinghong would not have thought so much. After all, in the face of such a powerful sect, even if they joined forces to deal with it, the price they would have to pay was not something any sect could bear. Therefore, they could not go to war. Fu Qinghong really did not want to go to war. However, now that Yuan Zhong had come in full force, he was not sure whether they would take the opportunity to attack the Green City sect. Rather than resign themselves to fate and let things not be in their control, Fu Qinghong hoped that they could take the initiative. Just as Ding Zhongyuan was heading to the Green City sect, just as he had said, the other members of the Listening Sea sect were also heading to the other sects to lobby them. This time, Yuan Zhong's power was like thunder, intimidating the surrounding true dominion. Therefore, this time, the lobbying of the Listening Sea sect was unusually effective. One day later, the experts of Yuan Zhong officially stepped into the Fenghai True Dominion and headed straight for the Listening Sea sect. Along the way, in the face of so many experts, all the sects and forces retreated, not daring to face them head-on. There are so many inner energy cultivators. This kind of strength is really something that the True Dominion sects can possess. A spirit martial realm cultivator gasped silently when he saw this scene. If he had been in the Spirit Dominion, he would not have been afraid in the face of so many inner energy cultivators. He would not be able to defeat them. It would not have been a problem for him to escape. However, in the True Dominion, regardless of whether one was a spirit martial realm or a divine martial realm cultivator, they were only at the peak true martial realm. If they were besieged by so many inner energy cultivators, they would only end up nursing a grievance. The True Dominion was not isolated from the Spirit Dominion. There were also many spirit martial realm cultivators active in the True Dominion. However, all the spirit martial realm cultivators who saw the Yuan Zhong army retreated silently. Sect Master, the Listening Sea sect might not sit still and wait for death. Should we be more cautious? Zheng Hong asked in a low voice as everyone moved forward. He had once been the leader of a force. He also knew a little about the matter of forming alliances and joining forces. Now that the Yuan Zong was powerful and had the battle record of destroying 2 sects, the Listening Sea sect would not sit still and wait for death. Qin Shujian said calmly, "No matter what preparations the Listening Sea sect has, it will not be able to prevent its destruction. If the other sects are sensible, they will be safe and sound. If they are not willing to be left out, they will end up like the Listening Sea sect." Zheng Hong knew about his concerns. However, to Qin Shujian, the other party's concerns should not be considered concerns. Given the Yuan Zong's current strength, it would not matter even if all the sects in the Fenghai True Dominion were tied together, let alone the Listening Sea sect. In the end, they would only end up defeated. This was Qin Shujian's confidence in himself, as well as his confidence in the entire Yuan sect. The current him, he was no longer the ignorant bandit leader he had been in the past. A 4th grade force was not invincible in the True Dominion, but it was not far from it. Most of the other sects were only 1st grade forces. It was rare to see a 2nd grade force, let alone a 3rd grade or 4th grade one. Although a low grade force would not be strong enough. According to the standards of a 4th grade force, no sect in the True Dominion would be able to contend with it. Unless they were both 4th grade sects. However, according to Qin Shujian's understanding, there was no other 4th grade force in the North Cloud Mansion's True Dominion other than the Yuan Zong. At the Listening Sea sect, after receiving Yu Jianghai's request for help and lobbying, the various large sects did not dare sit back and do nothing. They all sent experts over. "I will remember everyone's help today. I will definitely repay you after this." Yu Jianghai felt more at ease as he looked at the experts of the various sects in front of him. Together with the original experts of the Listening Sea sect, there were more than 20 outer invulnerability realm experts and more than 60 to 70 inner invulnerability realm cultivators gathered there. Although there was still a huge difference in the number of experts compared to the Yuan Zong, it was not as if they did not have the ability to fight back. Fu Qinghong said indifferently, "We didn't come here to start a war with the Origin sect this time. We're here for peace. If the Seaview sect wants us to fight to the death with the Origin sect, then you've miscalculated. Don't worry, Sect Master Fu. I don't want to fall out with the Yuan Zong either. It would be best if we could resolve this peacefully," Yu Jianghai said with a smile. It was no secret that the Yuan Zong's target was the Listening Sea sect this time. The various sects had not come purely because of the Listening Sea sect. They had come because the Yuan Zong's aura was so strong that the other sects felt threatened. Chapter 180. Where are the people of Yuan sect now? Experts from other sects asked. Yu Jianghai shook his head and said, "Yuan sect has already entered the Fenghai True Domain and will be here soon." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. "They are here." 2 simple words, but everyone understood the meaning behind his words. Immediately everyone's expression was solemn. Yu Jianghai got up and said, "Everyone, follow me and meet the master of Yuan sect." After speaking, he took the lead and walked outside. Just now, the Heavenly Way gave a warning. It made Yu Jianghai understand that Yuan sect had officially stepped into the territory of Listen to See sect. It was just as he had guessed. Qin Shujian was really heading straight for Listen to See sect. As for the reason, Yu Jianghai was basically sure that it was because of the fight for the carnate spiritual object. Just as Yu Jianghai and the others were about to move, the experts of Yuan sect had almost arrived at the mountain gate of Listen to See sect. Sect Master Zheng Hong wanted to say something but was stopped by Qin Shujian with a wave of his hand. In his perception, hundreds of powerful auras were rapidly approaching. However, Qin Shujian's expression did not change as he smiled and said, "It seems that there are really sects that are unwilling to be left out and want to join in the fun." Although there was a smile on his face, his eyes were full of coldness. Soon, a group of experts had already approached. When they saw that there were over 1,000 inner energy stage cultivators lined up in a row, the powerful aura that gathered together caused everyone's expression to change. As for the players of Yuan sect, they were completely ignored. There were many people. However, in such an occasion, they were just small fries. What really made people's hearts heavy was the number of inner energy realm cultivators. And the master of Yuan sect, Qin Shujian. Yu Jianghai's expression was shocked at first, but he quickly recovered and cupped his hands with a smile. Sect Master Qin, for you to come to my Listen to See sect, what is the matter? To collect a debt. Listen to See sect doesn't remember when we owed your sect anything. Qin Shujian looked at the many experts in front of him and finally fixed his gaze on Jianghai. He said, you know very well what kind of debt I'm asking for. Since you want to snatch my Yuan sect's innate spiritual object, you should have been mentally prepared for this. Sect Master Qin, innate spiritual objects are birthed by the heavens and earth and don't belong to anyone. It's reasonable for you to fight over the birth of a treasure. I've already apologized to you afterwards, so why are you still being so overbearing? Yu Jianghai's face was filled with anger as he bellowed. If it was in the past, he wouldn't have dared to speak so boldly. However, now that there were experts from several sects behind him, even if Yuan Zhong was powerful, he did not feel much fear. If I don't vent my anger, I won't feel good. Qin Shujian's words caused everyone's expression to freeze. It was very simple. It was also very straightforward. The other party didn't beat around the bush at all. He directly told them that he was here to vent his anger. Even Yu Jianghai, who had prepared a lot of words, almost choked. After a while, Yu Jianghai said in a low voice, I've already apologized. What else does Sect Master Qin want? If the Listening Ocean sect surrenders today, we'll pretend that nothing happened. If you resist stubbornly, the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect will end up like you. Qin Shujian said indifferently. Boom. His words caused the expressions of the others to change. Yu Jianghai said angrily, I'm sincerely apologizing, yet you are being so overbearing. It seems like Sect Master Qin is not simply here for the Listening Ocean sect. Don't tell me you want to use this opportunity to wipe out all the true Dominion sects and make the Yuan sect the only supreme sect. These words, they had already forced Qin Shujian into an embarrassing situation. In everyone's opinion, the other party would either admit defeat or admit that he was the enemy of all the true Dominion sects. No matter which option it was, it wouldn't be a good thing for the Yuan sect. Today's matter is between the Yuan sect and the Listening Ocean sect. Do the other sects also want to participate? Qin Shujian didn't answer. Instead, he asked Fu Qinghong and the others. Everyone's identity couldn't be hidden in the spirit eye. Fu Qinghong said, Sect Master Qin, Sect Master, you shouldn't have snatched the carnate spiritual object. However, this matter should be discussed carefully. I believe that it wouldn't be a good thing for both sides if a war broke out directly. That's right. If Sect Master Qin sincerely wants compensation, just say the word. However, if you want the Listening Ocean sect to surrender, that would be too much. The experts of the other sects also tried to persuade him. It was impossible for them to sit back and watch the Listening Ocean sect get annihilated. However, they didn't want to start a war with the Yuan sect either. At least, not now. They could only attack the Yuan sect after this matter was over and they gathered more sects. They believed that the strength that the Yuan sect had exposed this time had already made many sects wary. If there was a chance, the other sects might also want to eliminate such a threat. However, no matter what, it wasn't realistic for the 5 sects to join forces and destroy the Yuan sect. If things went wrong, both sides would suffer losses. No one was willing to bear such a loss. It seems that all of you have the same idea. Qin Shujian looked around at the crowd and his gaze finally landed on Yu Jianghai, who was smiling. He said softly, /. As soon as he finished speaking, the saber struck. A terrifying power instantly erupted. It was like a thunderbolt that could destroy everything. The crisp sound of the saber made everyone's expression change drastically. At that moment, Yu Jianghai seemed to feel a fatal threat. Without thinking, he retreated. His Gang Qi suddenly erupted and a powerful Gang Qi shield condensed in front of him. However, It was just a single blow. The gang chi shattered with a sound. Looking at the cold light that filled his line of sight, he immediately took out a dark green shield and blocked in front of him. Bang! The shield suddenly shattered and turned into fragments that flew all over the sky. Yu Jianghai was hit by the terrifying power and his body flew out directly. He coughed up blood continuously. However, the injuries on his body couldn't be compared to the shock in his heart. The shield that he had just taken out was the heirloom treasure of the heirloom sect. Its power was comparable to a middle-grade spiritual weapon and its defense was unparalleled. Even an upper-grade spiritual weapon could hardly damage it. This was also one of the reasons why Yu Jianghai was still calm after knowing that Qin Shujian had a half-step doctrine artifact. However, the other party had only used one saber strike to shatter the shield that could withstand the attack of an upper-grade spiritual weapon. What was broken was not only the heirloom treasure but also Yu Jianghai's confidence. When he saw the saber flying across the sky and the thunderbolt Dao seal suppressing everything, he finally coughed up a big mouthful of blood after landing on the ground. His face was full of disbelief. Doctrine artifact. How could it be a doctrine artifact? It was clearly a half-step doctrine artifact. How could it become a complete doctrine artifact? No matter how Yu Jianghai thought about it, he didn't expect such a change. At that moment, as Qin Shujian attacked, the experts of the Yuan sect didn't need to be ordered and had already attacked the experts of the other sects. In an instant, the surging true essence was like the waves of the sea, about to drown everyone. Due to the strong pressure, the experts of the various sects didn't dare hold back. They all used their strongest strength to resist the attacks of the Yuan sect. Doctrine artifact. The faces of the various sect masters were as black as ink as they looked at the 1,000 mountain blood above their heads. They hadn't expected that the true Dominion sect would have a doctrine artifact. One had to know. A complete doctrine artifact was more terrifying than more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators in certain situations. Fu Qinghong immediately shouted in fear, "Sect Master Qin, the Green City sect has no intention of participating in the feud between your sect and the Heirloom sect. Please let us leave. I can guarantee that I won't interfere." He was afraid. He was really afraid. Given the strength of the Yuan sect and the addition of a complete doctrine artifact, anyone who came would die. Unless they had a doctrine artifact of the same level, they wouldn't be able to fight. The sects of the True Dominion that possessed a middle-grade carnate spirit artifact to suppress the light from Providence was already considered a large sect. Only a few of them possessed a upper-grade spirit artifact. As for the doctrine artifact, it was considered a priceless treasure even in the Spirit Protectorate or even the sects of a higher level, let alone the True Dominion sect. When they saw the 1,000 mountain blood, Fu Qinghong wasn't the only one who was afraid. Even the sect masters of the other sects were afraid. In order to intimidate the Yuan sect this time, all the experts of the various sects had come out. Even the sect masters were present. Now, these sect masters felt very regretful. The actions of the Heirloom sect had caused them to suffer miserably. Qin Shujian turned a blind eye to the begging of Fu Qinghong and the others. The Thunder Dao seal on the saber suppressed everything. He took a step into the air, grabbed the saber, and slashed it down. Wisdom Monarch Prison shattering saber. In an instant, vengeful spirits and malicious ghosts wailed. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a ghastly hell. However, there was also thunder in the sky and an extreme yang force erupted. The two forces, yin and yang, merged into a terrifying saber move. In the face of this saber move, everyone, including the peak true martial realm cultivators and the other cultivators, felt that they were going to die. Fu Qinghong and the others no longer cared about hiding anything. The sect guarding spirit weapons of their respective sects appeared in their hands. Then, they activated their quintessential essence and erupted with a powerful force that collided with this saber move. Rumble. A terrifying wind swept in all directions. As the saber aura shattered, the spirit weapons in Fu Qinghong and the others' hands dimmed. Some of them even showed signs of cracking. On the other hand, the 1,000 mountain blood's crystalline saber body was surrounded by thunder. It was as terrifying as a saber that could destroy the world. Sect Master Qin, kill. Qin Shujian ignored Fu Qinghong and the others' words of retreat and released the control of the Thousand Mountain Blood, allowing this Dao artifact to kill. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. A vast amount of quintessential essence gathered and transformed it into an illusion of a huge mountain that suppressed down. Middle-grade divine-level martial technique, Great Desolate Devil Suppressing Seal. At the moment, Fu Qinghong and the others didn't feel like they were facing a peak true martial realm cultivator. They felt like they were facing an expert above the true martial realm. This move of the mountain-moving seal made them feel extremely threatened. Their gang qi exploded and collided with the mountain. Qin Shujian was obviously going to kill them all. Fu Qinghong and the others no longer harbored any hope. If they couldn't defeat him, they would die. In the face of life and death, everyone unleashed their full strength. Boom! Qin Shujian's robe puffed up. The quintessential essence in his dantian evaporated. Another move of the mountain-moving seal came crashing down. The shockwave almost caused their gang qi to dissipate. Then, he glanced at his source of life, which had reached nearly 100,000, and chose to upgrade his origin ocean technique by 1 level. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth surged in. The quintessential essence in his dantian was instantly replenished. Then, another move of the mountain-moving seal came crashing down. The quintessential essence in his dantian dried up again. Upgrade. 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 The source of life receded like a tide, but the quintessential essence in Qin Shujian's dantian remained in a nearly full state. The mid-grade divine-level Great Demon Suppression Seal in his hands didn't seem to consume any quintessential essence. For a moment. Its power was earth-shattering. Fu Qinghong and the other physical invulnerability mighty ones coughed up blood and retreated. Chapter 181. Although it wasn't as intelligent as a normal person, it was connected to Qin Shujian's mind. It followed his instructions and shuttled back and forth in the crowd. The Thunder Taoist seal appeared. It was as powerful as the heavens, intimidating everyone. Both the internal and physical invulnerability adepts. They couldn't resist a doctrine artifact at all. And this was only an autonomous attack from a doctrine artifact. If its owner controlled it, its power would increase exponentially. Boom! The illusory sea surged over. Although it did not have any substance, its power was enough to topple the sky. Coupled with Qin Shujian's powerful true origin, which far exceeded the true martial realm, this attack directly surpassed the limits of the true martial realm. Poof! Poof! Fu Qinghong and the others spat out blood as their protective auras collapsed. They were heavily injured. Although they had spiritual weapons, most of their power had been destroyed by the doctrine artifact. They had no power to fight back against Qin Shujian, who repeatedly used ultimate moves. One had to know. Using spiritual weapons consumed a large amount of true origin. Not everyone could be like Qin Shujian, who could directly use his life source as a means to restore his Jin Yuan. Buzz. After the seal of the tumbling ocean had severely injured everyone, Qin Shujian used up all of his remaining life force. A surge of vital energy filled his dantian. Then, he formed a seal with both hands. A desolate and ancient aura that seemed to suppress everything filled the air. An illusory figure with an indistinct face appeared. Instantly, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. Suppress. Demon. Seal. Qin Shujian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He formed a seal and instantly emptied his dantian of true origin. Rumble. After the seal was formed, the illusory figure slammed its palm down. At this moment, it seemed to suppress the heavens and the earth. Everyone under this palm couldn't move. The air split and rolled to both sides like waves. Fu Qinghong and the others tried to open their eyes. However, the true origin in their dantian seemed to be imprisoned. They couldn't use a single bit. They could only watch as the palm fell. The ground trembled. Fu Qinghong and the others couldn't even resist before they were crushed by this power. After doing all this, Qin Shujian, on the other hand, closed his eyes and stood still on the ground. The light of the 1,000 Mountains Bloodblade flowed, beheading the last inner aura cultivator before landing in front of him. Lightning still lingered on the blade, causing everyone to shrink back in fear. Seng Hong immediately ordered, "Everyone, collect the spoils of war immediately." Hearing this, regardless of whether it was the players or the others, they immediately reacted and began to search the corpse. This battle came quickly and ended quickly as well. The whole process took less than half an hour. All the experts from the sects who had come to reinforce them had been completely annihilated. Under the situation where the top experts were pinned down by Qin Shujian and Qian Shanxue, the remaining experts were powerless against Zheng Hong and the other experts. It could be said that, if it weren't for a few people who were careless and suffered some injuries, this battle could be said to be virtually unscathed. This was a one-sided battle. After a long time, Qin Shujian opened his eyes. His dry dantian had been replenished by some true essence. He sheathed Qian Shanxue and then asked, "Have the spiritual weapons of the various sects been collected?" "Sect Master, it's all here, as well as the cultivation methods and martial arts they carried." Seng Hong ordered people to bring the items and said in a deep voice. Qin Shujian first put all the spiritual weapons, whether they were incomplete or not, into the storage ring. These spiritual weapons, even the most precious treasures of the various sects, were innate spiritual objects. As for the cultivation methods and martial arts, as well as the other spoils of war, Qin Shujian didn't even look at them and put them all away. "Did we suffer any damage?" Other than a few disciples who suffered some minor injuries, there were no other losses. Millimeter. Qin Shujian nodded and looked around the battlefield. He found that all the people who fell on the ground were from the other sects. Even the players whose realms weren't high didn't seem to be in a sorry state. After all, they were fighting a favorable battle. It could be said that the players were the best at taking the kill without doing anything. 4 elders, each of you will lead 300 inner energy disciples to Qingcheng, Fenglei, Yanhua, and Moving Mountain. Kill all those above the true martial realm. Those below the true martial realm who are willing to surrender can be brought back. As for all the resources stored in the sects, take them all. Qin Shujian's eyes were cold and murderous. Using his spiritual eye, he found that a few of the sects that had interfered this time had all escaped his eyes. Since they dared to get involved in this mess, they had to think about the consequences. He had already been very kind by not giving the order to exterminate the entire sect. After that, Qin Shujian gave the players another mission, asking them to follow the other elders to destroy the sects. "We obey." Seng Hong and the others cupped their hands and accepted the order. After that, the group of Yuan sect experts dispersed and left. Following them were all the player disciples. To this, Qin Shujian was not worried that anything would happen to Seng Hong and the others. Not to mention that even after dispersing, each of them still brought along 300 inner energy disciples. Just the fact that most of the experts of these sects had fallen here and even lost their sect-guarding spiritual weapons meant that their overall strength had dropped by 70 to 80%. If they could not resist at their peak, now that they had dropped by so much, it was even more impossible to resist. After Seng Hong and the others left, Qin Shujian brought the remaining people and headed directly to listen to the Sea sect. Not long after Qin Shujian and the others left, the corpses of Yu Jianghai and the others had already automatically disappeared. After that, many people walked out from the shadows. Looking at the huge palm print on the ground and the traces of battle, a thought surged in their minds. Heavens! It was about to change. The matter of the 5 great sects joining hands was not a secret. All the powers were paying attention to this confrontation. Regardless of whether Yuan sect chose to fight to the death with the 5 great sects or choose to retreat, all the powers had already made the corresponding preparations and arrangements. But no one had ever thought that they could wipe out the 5 great sects without suffering any losses. Thinking of the terrifying Tao artifact in their hearts, these people's hearts trembled and they immediately returned to report. And at this time, Qin Shujian had also destroyed the last resistance of Listen to the Sea sect. Yu Jianghai was dead and the sect-guarding spiritual weapon was already broken. Adding to that the several outer energy disciples and inner energy disciples who had died at Yuan sect's hands at the beginning, Listen to the Sea sect only had one inner energy disciple left to hold the fort. When Qin Shujian arrived, the other party did not even have the chance to speak before he was slapped to death. As for the personal disciples and even the true disciples, he did not show any mercy. Since these people were able to be heavily nurtured by Listen to the Sea sect, they were most likely loyal and devoted to the sect. Even if there were a few traitors, Qin Shujian did not have the time to slowly examine them one by one. First, he used iron and blood means. He wiped out all the power of Listen to the Sea sect. Then, he rounded up the remaining inner and outer disciples who were willing to surrender. Those who were unwilling to surrender also followed Yu Jianghai and the others to the Yellow Springs. After seizing Listen to the Sea sect's treasury, his storage ring was stuffed full again. Vaguely, Qin Shujian seemed to have heard a voice telling him to stop stuffing it. However, he only thought that he had misheard and did not pay too much attention to it. At this time, at the destroyed mountain gate of Listen to the Sea sect, a group of surviving disciples of Listen to the Sea sect stood there trembling. "I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to work for Yuan sect, you will also have the opportunity to obtain the true teachings of cultivation techniques and martial arts in the future. You only have 3 breaths of time to make your choice." "We are willing," everyone answered in fear. Those who were unwilling were already dead. Those who were still alive now were those who had bowed their heads to the situation. As the crowd finished speaking, their loyalty also appeared in Qin Shujian's eyes. When he looked through them one by one, he also found a few people whose loyalty was negative and killed them directly. Then, he turned around and went down the mountain. Very soon, the news of the annihilation of the 5 major sects spread like a gust of wind to all the true dominions around the Fenghai True Dominion. It also seemed to be spreading to the entire Baiyun prefecture. Within a day, the 5 major sects had been annihilated. The mountain gate had been destroyed and all resistance had been exterminated. All the powers who had received the news were shocked. They had a clear understanding of Qin Shujian's ruthlessness and Yuan sect's strength. They were even more shocked and speechless when they found out that Yuan sect had a Dao weapon. However, the sects near the Fenghai True Dominion were not in the most awkward position. Instead, it was the 3 True Dominions, which were close to the Liangshan True Dominion. Yuan sect's strength had suddenly soared. They had even annihilated 7 sects in one fell swoop. Among the 7 sects that had been annihilated, there were a few old sects that were not weaker than the Blue Cloud sect. They had once had a protectorate lord. Even so, they had been annihilated just like that. Everyone knew that. Given Yuan sect's current strength, it was impossible for him to settle down in a corner. A newly ascended True Dominion could not satisfy Yuan sect's appetite, nor could it accommodate so many experts. The biggest possibility was that Yuan sect was expanding outwards. The 3 True Dominion were close to the Liangshan True Dominion. If Yuan sect were to expand, the sects of the 3 True Dominion would definitely bear the brunt. Currently, the sects of the 3 True Dominion were in a terrible fix. They were pondering whether they should fight or surrender if Yuan sect's troops arrived at their city gates. Both the old sects, such as the Blue Cloud sect, were newly ascended. They were similar to the Golden Sun sect, which was a newly ascended sect. They did not have the slightest bit of confidence to contend against Yuan sect, even if they joined forces. They had more than 1,500 inner energy cultivators and a Dao weapon. Their sect master was a terrifying expert who had defeated dozens of outer energy cultivators single-handedly. With these 3 factors combined, all the sects would feel powerless in the face of such a power. This was what the other sects of the True Dominion were thinking. Yuan sect did not pay much attention to them. First, he had annihilated the Cloud Mist sect and the Monolith sect. Then, he had annihilated the 5 major sects, including the Listening Ocean sect. After the annihilation of 7 sects, the resources that Yuan sect had seized had reached an unprecedented peak. Apart from that, He had also brought back close to 6,000 prisoners of war. Yuan sect was currently doing his best to deal with these matters and take inventory of the spoils of this battle. He did not have the spare energy to care about anything else for the time being. Chapter 182. You have found an incomplete treasure of luck that can be converted into a certain amount of luck points. Do you want to convert it? When he came out of the broken shield of the Listen See sect, the system prompt appeared in Qin Shujian's mind. An incomplete treasure of providence can be converted into luck point. These two pieces of news caused his pupils to constrict. Originally, Qin Shujian thought that luck points could only be obtained by killing evil spirits. He never thought that snatching the treasures of other sects could also give him the corresponding luck points. Soon, he thought about it for a moment and understood. It should be that these things carry the luck of a sect, so they are still somewhat different from innate spiritual objects. Otherwise, when I obtained the Calamity Punishment Spear, there was no prompt to convert it into luck. Of course, it could also be that the Calamity Punishment Spear is different from ordinary innate spiritual objects and can't suppress and carry luck at all. Qin Shujian thought of the scene when the Calamity Punishment Spear was born. Thunder descended from heaven and earth, wanting to destroy it. Instead of being an innate spiritual object that carried the luck of heaven and earth, it would be better to say that it was a pure killing treasure. It was as if it had sensed an unknown danger. The broken shield trembled slightly. As a spiritual weapon, even if it had been broken, the remaining spirituality in it would not dissipate so quickly. Convert. Qin Shujian ignored the fear of the shield in his hand and directly muttered. Immediately, he saw the broken shield disintegrate, and at the same time, the system prompt appeared in his mind. You have obtained 0.5 luck points. Looking at the extra 0.5 luck on his attribute panel, Yi Zichen looked at the additional 0.5 luck points. Qin Shujian revealed a smile on his face. 0.5 luck points did not seem much, but killing an evil spirit only gave 10 luck points. Most importantly, it was much easier to destroy a sect than to kill an evil spirit. Subsequently, he took out other broken spiritual weapons. Looking at the pile of broken spiritual weapons in front of him, there was still a thought that did not dissipate. Qin Shujian did not hesitate. Grabbing a spiritual weapon, the corresponding prompt appeared in his mind. You have obtained 0.5 luck points. You have obtained 0.2 luck points. You have obtained 0.3 luck points. You have obtained 0.8 luck points. You have received 1 luck point. Very soon. The shattered spiritual artifact was basically completely absorbed. What replaced it was an increase of more than 12 luck points, almost 13 luck points. Such a number. It had already exceeded the amount given to him by a single demon. Shortly after, Qin Shujian's hand flashed again, and 2 broken arrows and a big bow appeared there. Cosmos bow. Cloud-piercing arrow. You almost suffocated me to death. The instant it appeared, an aged voice came from the Cosmos bow. But very soon, the old voice was filled with fear. What the hell did you do to those sect-guarding spirit artifacts? Just a moment ago, it had sensed many spiritual weapons being taken out, but now, it could not sense the aura of these spiritual weapons at all. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. One had to know. As one of the carnate spirit objects, if they were too close, they would be able to sense each other. But now, the Cosmos bow couldn't sense anything at all. In such a situation, either the spiritual artifact had already left, or it had completely disappeared. Compared to the former, the Cosmos bow was more inclined to the latter. Don't kill me, I'm willing to submit to you, please don't kill me. At this moment, the Cosmos bow was really scared and directly begged for mercy. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's hand movements paused. He looked at the Cosmos bow with a playful gaze. He had just transformed so many spiritual artifacts, but he didn't see any of them begging for mercy. Perhaps it was because their spirituality was not as high as the Cosmos bow. But there was one thing to say. It was the first time he had seen a spiritual artifact with such a high level of spirituality like the Cosmos Bow. If I don't kill you, what can I gain? I am a carnate spirit object, and my power is comparable to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. If I can wait for the cloud-piercing arrow to be repaired, the two of them together will not be weaker than a high-grade spiritual artifact. And as long as I am given 1,000 years to absorb enough spirit chi of heaven and earth, I will be able to transform into a high-grade spiritual artifact. At that time, with the cloud-piercing arrow, I will not be at a disadvantage even when facing a half-step Dao artifact. The Cosmos Bow hurriedly stated its value. Hearing this, Qin Shujian's face immediately darkened. A high-grade spiritual artifact after 1,000 years. He felt that he had been fooled. Holding the Cosmos Bow in his hand, he was about to transform the other party. The threat of death surged in his heart, and the Cosmos Bow desperately shouted, F***ck, I am already willing to submit, why do you still want to kill me? What's the use of keeping a piece of trash that can only be comparable to a high-grade spiritual artifact after 1,000 years? The Cosmos Bow suddenly stopped. Qin Shujian's words immediately reminded him that the other party was a man who had a Dao artifact. Not to mention a high-grade spiritual artifact, even a half-step Dao artifact might not be able to catch his eye. But soon. The imminent threat of death made the Cosmos Bow immediately come back to his senses. I have been in the world for thousands of years, and I know many things in the world that others don't know. As long as you let me go, I can tell you many, many secrets. Once you are a spiritual artifact in the Coiling Stone sect, even if you live for 10,000 years, what can you know? Stop, as long as you give me a way out, I swear that I will follow you for life and will not have any thoughts of rebellion. If I violate this oath, I will definitely be punished by the heavens. Perhaps the Cosmos Bow's strong desire to live moved the other party. Qin Shujian temporarily stopped the thought of transforming, looked at the Cosmos Bow and said, Do you know where I can get more carnate spiritual artifacts, and where the demons are suppressed? I know. If I find out that you have lied to me, you should know the consequences. Understood. As long as it could live, the Cosmos Bow would agree to anything now. Looking at the Cosmos Bow in his hand and then at the cloud-piercing arrow, Qin Shujian asked again, Is the cloud-piercing arrow one with you, or are they two separate spiritual artifacts? The cloud-piercing arrow is my companion spiritual artifact. If I have the cloud-piercing arrow, my strength can double. If I don't have the cloud-piercing arrow, I am roughly equivalent to a mid-grade spiritual artifact. However, my spirituality is higher than theirs, and I can do the same as the Dao artifact in your hand, automatically protecting its owner and killing enemies. If you take me with you, you can fight 2 against 1. The Cosmos Bow was afraid that the mid-grade spiritual artifact would not attract the other party, so it added a few more words. Hearing this, Qin Shujian understood the relationship between the two. As for the Cosmos Bow's last words, he did not think that it was lying. A spiritual Dao artifact like the Thousand Mountain Blood could already kill enemies on its own. The Cosmos Bow had shot him directly in the Coiling Stone sect, and its power could easily kill a peak true martial expert. But the cloud-piercing arrow is already broken, so it is useless to keep it for you. As long as the cloud-piercing arrow is placed in a place with dense spirit chi, it will be able to absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to repair itself. This is also one of the methods of innate spiritual artifacts. Furthermore, we innate spiritual artifacts absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth, which indirectly increases the density of spirit chi in the sect. Its effect is comparable to that of spirit stones. The Cosmos Bow hurriedly explained when it heard that there was hope of letting go of the cloud-piercing arrow. Although the cloud-piercing arrow was not its main body, it was still a companion spiritual artifact. Without the cloud-piercing arrow, its strength would decrease by at least 50%. A spiritual artifact. If its power decreased, its effect would also decrease greatly. In the future, if Qin Shujian was unhappy with it, he would directly swallow it. Then it would really be finished. Hearing this, Qin Shujian nodded and said, All right, then I will give you a chance. Master, please drip your blood on it. He took out the 1,000 mountain blood and easily made a cut on his finger. The mercury-like blood dripped down and merged with the cosmos bow. What a powerful blood chi! The cosmos bow was shocked again. After the blood merged, Qin Shujian's mind was connected to the bow in front of him. Then, he looked at the cloud-piercing arrow and considered if he should drip his blood on it. The cosmos bow's voice sounded in his mind, "Master, the cloud-piercing arrow is my companion's spiritual artifact. It is innately under my control. You do not need to drip your blood on it." Hearing this, Qin Shujian stopped what he was doing. However, he still reminded it, "In the future, call me Sect Master." "Yes, Sect Master," Qiankuan Bo replied flatteringly. Then, Qin Shujian took the cosmos bow and the cloud-piercing arrow and walked towards the peak of Mount Liang. What a dense spirit chi of heaven and earth! I never thought that there would be spirit stones buried here. When he arrived at the peak of Mount Liang, the cosmos bow let out a sigh. Qin Shujian asked, "You can sense the existence of spirit stones?" "Of course. My spirit chi is very strong. How could treasures like spirit stones, which are full of spirit chi, escape my senses? In the future, if Sect Master wants to search for treasures in secret realms, bring me along and you will definitely return with a full load." He. Qin Shujian replied with a fake smile to the cosmos bow's constant demonstration of its usefulness. Then, he asked, "How should I place the cloud-piercing arrow?" "Since Sect Master has spirit stones, just place it on the soil where the spirit stones are buried. It will automatically absorb them." According to the cosmos bow's words, Qin Shujian placed the 2 broken arrows on the soil where the spirit stones were buried. Then, the spirit chi of heaven and earth seemed to be pulled by something. The spirit chi of heaven and earth surged and entered the cloud-piercing arrow. However, the spirit chi of heaven and earth was surging. The cloud-piercing arrow could not completely absorb the spirit chi. The excess spirit chi that leaked out stayed in Mount Liang and indirectly increased the density of the spirit chi. Qin Shujian secretly nodded his head at this change. At least, in this matter, the cosmos bow did not dare to deceive him. Having a spirit chi of heaven and earth to guard the sect, other than being able to suppress the sect's luck, it could also increase the density of the spirit chi in the sect. Such a treasure! Its effect was even greater than he had imagined. "Sect Master, if it's possible, let me stay here as well. Maybe I can increase my spirit chi faster." "Then you can stay here." For such a request, Qin Shujian easily satisfied the other party. After placing the cosmos bow and the cloud-piercing arrow on the peak of Mount Liang, he directly left this place. Now, he had other things to deal with. The cosmos bow had already recognized him as its master. Qin Shujian was not afraid that it would overturn the heavens. After dealing with these important matters, he would have a good chat with this spirit chi of heaven and earth about life and ideals. Chapter 183. When he returned to his bedroom, Qin Shujian took a look at his attributes. The Yuan Dian had been deduced to the 20th level, which was the perfected true martial section. The origin ocean returning technique had also reached the perfected true martial section. It was worth noting that, after the origin ocean returning technique had reached the perfected level, his dantian had doubled in size and the upper limit of his quintessential essence capacity had also doubled. However, now that the 2 cultivation techniques had reached the perfected true martial section, Qin Shujian had yet to sense the existence of a limit, even though his dantian was already filled with quintessential essence. This also meant that he could still continue to increase his quintessential essence. The fiery flame technique had also been deduced to the 3rd level of the true martial section, while the great dream spirit capturing technique had just entered the true martial section. Due to the lower levels of these 2 techniques, the quintessential essence that they could provide was not very high. In order to break through the shackles of the true martial section, I'm afraid the first step is to reach the limit of the true martial section, similar to the limit of the basic martial section. Qin Shujian had no intention of leaving the true dominion to break through. After all, even if he broke through to the spirit martial realm in the spirit protectorate, he would still be a true martial realm cultivator when he returned to the true dominion. Before he broke through the shackles, there was not much difference between the spirit martial realm and the true martial realm in the true dominion. The main thing was, the Origins sect had laid a foundation in the true dominion of the Liang Mountain. If they were to rashly move to the Spirit Protectorate, they would be annihilated if they were not careful. After all, in any region, the resources had been divided up by the original sects. Then, the new sects would be ostracized. It was not impossible for them to join forces and destroy the new sects. The Origins sect was extremely powerful now. However, this was only in the true dominion. If they went to the Spirit Protectorate, even if the 1,500 inner energy cultivators could fight against 10 spirit martial realm cultivators, could they fight against 100 spirit martial realm cultivators? After all, in terms of strength, the Origin sect had not reached the level where they could be fearless in the Spirit Protectorate. Subsequently, Qin Shujian looked at the other attribute values. Most of the cultivators he had killed during this period were true martial realm cultivators, so they had provided a lot of life sources. Even though he had used a large amount of life source to upgrade the Origin ocean returning technique, there were still over 10,000 life sources left. This amount of life source, this was much more than what he had accumulated in the past month. However, for the current Qin Shujian, the source of life was only a part of it. The luck points were even more tempting to him. Luck, 17. 5 of the luck points were originally there, and the remaining 12 points were from the contribution of the spiritual equipment. He took out the 1,000 mountain blood. Qin Shujian immediately threw in 10 luck points. The Thunder Dao mark on the crystal blade was deep, and a terrifying power was gathering within it. Beside the Dao mark, a pattern appeared, as if it was naturally carved. In a split second, a terrifying aura appeared in the sky above Mount Liang. There were faint traces of lightning lingering in the air, causing everyone's heart to sink. At the peak of Mount Liang, the Qianquan bow was absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. However, at this moment, the Qianquan bow stopped absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. The bow's body lay on the ground, trembling. Dao artifact. Spirit artifacts and Dao artifacts were on two completely different levels. Even though he had lived for thousands of years, when he felt the pressure of the Dao artifact, his mind still trembled. He did not dare to have the slightest thought of resisting. This aura came very quickly. He left quickly as well. After confirming that there was no danger. Only then did the Qianquan bow stand up. Then, relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it slightly floated in the air. Then, it inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy to nourish itself, like a noble existence. 10 luck points were used. Other than its aura becoming stronger and its spirituality increasing, the 1,000 mountain blood was still a Dao artifact. As for the promotion of the sect, that did not exist. Looking at the remaining luck points, Qin Shujian took out 0.8 and fused it with the 1,000 mountain blood. The aura slightly condensed again, and then there was no movement. At this point, there were only 7 luck points left. Then, with a thought, he consumed 8,000 life points and deduced the Raging Flame technique to the 14th level. This low-grade truth level technique officially entered the ranks of the mid-grade truth level. The Yang Fire level 3 also became the Yang Fire level 4. The Yang Fire level 4 had already become very obvious. The aura of the purest Yang was constantly attached to the true essence. This made the true essence have a powerful characteristic, causing it to have more attacking power. The next day, Qin Shujian gathered a group of elders and held a meeting in the Chengwu Hall. Elder Shu, tell us about our harvest this time. Yes. Shu Yuanming nodded slightly, then immediately got up and looked at Qin Shujian and the other elders. This time, we destroyed a total of 7 sects and seized a total of 980,000 taels of silver. In the mortal rank, there are 337 low-grade cultivation techniques, 1923 martial arts, 129 mid-grade cultivation techniques, 807 martial arts, 103 high-grade cultivation techniques, and 568 martial arts. In the truth level, There are 51 low-grade cultivation techniques, 179 martial arts, 23 mid-grade cultivation techniques, 42 martial arts, 11 high-grade cultivation techniques, and 19 martial arts. There is also 1 low-grade spiritual level cultivation technique and 2 low-grade spiritual level martial arts. At this point, he paused and then said again, in addition, there are 13 first-grade refined weapons, 7 sets of armor, 58 second-grade refined weapons, 26 sets of armor, 73 third-grade refined weapons, and 107 sets of armor. As for those below third grade, I won't go into detail. There are 3,958 weapons below third grade, and 4,023 sets of armor. In addition, there are various spiritual plants, ores, and other precious calligraphy and paintings. According to my estimate, there are about 1 million to 7 million. Boom. After Shu Yuanming finished, the other party's news completely exploded in the Chengwu Hall. Zheng Fang, the great elder of technique imparting, also had a look of astonishment. As for Niu Feng and the others, they couldn't suppress the joy in their hearts at all. They couldn't even sit or stand up. We've made a fortune, we've really made a fortune this time. Haha, with so many resources, it's more than enough for our Yuan sect to expand several times. Every elder was unusually excited, and the Chengwu Hall was filled with voices of discussion. Not only them. Even Qin Shujian himself was shocked by what he had gained this time. There were thousands of cultivation techniques. Even if all of them were at the mortal level, this harvest would be enough to fill the library to the brim. Furthermore, there were many true-grade cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, and even spirit-grade cultivation techniques among them. For the true Dominion sects, a true-grade superior-grade cultivation technique was already a cornerstone of the sect. The 3 spirit-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques were completely unexpected gains. According to Qin Shujian's own rough estimate, such a harvest would have cost at least 10 million taels of silver if he had bought it from the Cheng Trading Company. There were also refined weapons. For inner aura realm cultivators, refined weapons and armor below third grade were not very useful. Only refined weapons and armor above third grade were truly mainstream. Most cultivators at the peak of the true martial realm mostly had first-grade weapons. As for spirit weapons, they were the cornerstone of the sect. It was already good enough for each sect to have one. Wanting more was undoubtedly an extravagant hope. In addition, there were 98 taels of silver and more than 2 million taels of materials. The Origin sect's harvest this time, according to Qin Shujian's estimate, it was at least 30 million taels of silver. Even if there were some discrepancies, it should not be too far off. SSS. Thinking of this, he really sucked in a breath of cold air. How much was the Origin sect's monthly output? Under the circumstances of exploiting the players and deducting the monthly expenses, the profit was only about 100,000 to 200,000 taels of silver. It had only been a year, so it had only made 1 or 2 million taels of silver. 30 million taels of silver was equivalent to the Origin sect's 10 to 20 years of accumulation. Did I lose 20 years of hard work? This thought suddenly surfaced in Qin Shujian's mind. Zheng Hong licked his lips and sneered. Sect Master, should we exterminate the Blue Stream, Spirit Rhino, and Zunhua sects of the True Dominion first? These 3 True Dominion are close to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. They will obstruct our development sooner or later. Rather than wait for them to make a move, why don't we exterminate them first? There are about 8 or 9 sects in total in these 3 True Dominion. Zheng Hong's words immediately attracted the agreement of some of the elders. At first, they had not been aware of the specific gains. However, after Shu Yuanming's statistics this time, they were completely shocked. Zheng Hong, Fu Gang, and the others had been mountain bandits in their previous lives. Their ferocious nature had not changed. At the moment, they all had the idea of continuing to exterminate sects and strengthen the Origin sect. Zheng Fang shook his head and said, although we have our reasons for doing so, the extermination of the 7 sects has already made the other sects sensitive. If we attack the other sects now for no reason, they will definitely retaliate. Our Origin sect can deal with 1 or 2 sects, and we can also deal with 10 or 20 sects. However, we are not strong enough to deal with 50 or 60 sects. Currently, there are more than 50 or 60 sects in the Baiyun mansion. These words, this was akin to pouring cold water on Zheng Hong and the others. However, Zheng Fang was the elder technique imparting technique, so his status was higher than the other elders. Therefore, he did not need to worry too much about certain things when he spoke. Not to mention, what he had said was also the truth. At this moment, Xu Yuanming also said, the elder technique imparting technique is right. Furthermore, these sects have existed for thousands of years. They might even have some connections with the spirit domain. If we really incur the wrath of the masses, someone from the spirit domain might also intervene. Although more than 1,000 inner energy cultivators are powerful, they are only a drop in the ocean in the Baiyun mansion. After all, they are still too weak. During the battle of the Devil Calamity, other than Qin Shujian, the other elders of the Origin sect did not take part in the battle. However, given the intelligence of the sects, how could they not know what had happened? The Great Zhao Empire had lost more than a few thousand true martial realm cultivators just to fight against the demon disaster, including many inner and outer invulnerability cultivators. And this was only the strength that the Marquis of Baiyun had mobilized in a few days. In comparison, the Origin sect was not considered very strong. Upon hearing this, Zheng Hong and the others calmed down. Indeed, the benefits just now had made them momentarily dizzy. Chapter 184. Let's not talk about the other true dominion matters for now. How many menial disciples have we brought back from the 7 sects? Qin Shujian spoke, directly cutting off the topic. Then, he changed the topic and asked another question. He was very tempted by the rewards this time, especially the sect-guarding spirit weapons of the 7 sects, which had allowed him to discover a new way to obtain the providence points. However, just as Zheng Fang and Xu Yuanming had said, the Origin sect was not invincible yet. Even if its strength was enough to crush any sect in the True Dominion, as long as it was not invincible, there would definitely be scruples. If it really wanted to annex the True Dominion sects on a large scale, it might even cause the Imperial Court to intervene. After all, if such a thing really happened, it would definitely cause a lot of turmoil. Therefore, unless there was a good reason. Otherwise, it would be impossible to massacre sects and exterminate sects. There are a total of 4,213 menial disciples this time. Zheng Fang cupped his hands before he frowned and said, however, these people are the remnants of the 7 sects. I'm afraid it's not very safe for us to accept them. Don't use people you don't suspect. Qin Shujian shook his head and said, since I dared to use them, I'm not afraid that they will bite back. Furthermore, they are merely menial disciples and will not be able to enter the core of the Origin sect. However, if there are really talents among them, it's not impossible to nurture them. In a few days, we will open the mountain gate and recruit disciples. A few elders who have established other sects will also need manpower to build the mountain. Coincidentally, these menial disciples will save us a lot of trouble. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fang did not say anything else. Although he did not know where Qin Shujian's confidence came from, given the Origin sect's current strength, a few thousand menial disciples at the basic realm would not be able to cause much trouble. If there were really people with bad intentions, they could just kill them all when the time came. This former private school teacher, now, his heart had also become ruthless. Now that the Yuan sect has grown stronger, it is inevitable that it will be too busy if there are only a few elders managing the affairs. Therefore, I have decided to divide the positions of the elders into the inner and outer sect. Now, all the elders are inner sect elders. The position of outer sect elder is higher than deacons and lower than inner sect elders, but the treatment is the same as inner sect elders. After that, Qin Shujian made another announcement. No one objected to this. In the end, Yuan sect was founded by him, and the other elders could only give him a suggestion at most. In addition, as the sect grew stronger day by day, the sect affairs also gradually increased. Now, let's set up a weapon hall. Everyone in Yuan sect can use their contribution points to exchange for weapons and armors. Let's place the weapons and armors that we have collected in the weapon hall. At this point, Qin Shujian paused for a moment before continuing. My Yuan sect has a deacon, Zhong Ergu, who is quite strong and loyal to the sect. Now, let's promote him to an outer sect elder and take charge of the weapon hall. Yuan sect had a mission hall and a book collection pavilion. Although Shu Yuanming did not have a specific hall in charge of the money, it had formed a hall of its own. Now that there was a weapon hall, it was equivalent to perfecting the sect. As for the candidates, when he met Zhong Ergu, Qin Shujian had already decided to give him a chance. In addition to the ability to deduct contribution points, he could only rest assured that he would give it to someone who was loyal and would never betray him. Therefore, it was imperative to promote a few more people to the top. Zhong Ergu. Most people were stunned when they heard this name. Only Zheng Fang, Fu Gang and a few others seemed to vaguely remember such a person. The decision was made. Next was the issue of execution. This time, the 5 people who were going to set up a new branch were Zheng Hong, Fu Gang, Qiu Ping, Li Zhongyi and Cao Sheng. They had already found a suitable place. Among them, Zheng Hong had found the Mountain of Chaos. With more than 4,000-odd disciples, each person could get 8 to 900 people. This was completely enough to set up a new branch. The carriage moved forward. The one pulling the carriage was a beast that looked like a ferocious tiger. This was the beast that the Ox Demon Lord had specially offered to pull the carriage for Qin Shujian to please him. This mutated beast was quite intelligent and had the strength of a 7th-grade martial arts practitioner. It was as easy as flipping one's hand for it to pull the carriage. In addition, this mutated beast was not weak. If it encountered any ordinary trouble, its master did not even need to step in. It could solve the problem on its own. Furthermore, just the appearance of a ferocious tiger was enough to intimidate many people. Feiye City. The mutated beast pulled the carriage slowly to the city gate. The surrounding citizens were afraid that they would not be able to compare. They could not help but reveal a terrified expression when they saw the mutated beast. However, when they saw that the mutated beast was only pulling the carriage properly and did not do anything bad, these people gradually relaxed. The fear on their faces also turned into curiosity. A ferocious tiger pulling the carriage is so majestic. Where did this noble come from? Did you see the symbol on the carriage? That's an expert from Yuan Zone. So it's Yuan Zone. No wonder it's so majestic. The surrounding citizens discussed animatedly and revealed looks of envy from time to time. Yuan Zone. He was already a household name in the true dominion of Mount Liang. Everyone knew that Yuan Zong had many experts. The sect master of Yuan Zong was a top-notch expert. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the #1 expert in the true dominion of Mount Liang. Even the city lord of Feiye City. He had to be polite when he saw people from Yuan Zong. Under the gaze of the citizens, Yuan Zong's carriage slowly drove into the city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw that no one was driving the carriage and that only a mutated beast was pulling it forward, they wanted to stop it. However, when they saw the symbol of Yuan Zong on the carriage, they did not do so. They did not want to stop people from Yuan Zong without permission. If the other party was angered, even the city lord would not be able to protect him. When the mutated beast pulled the carriage into the city, it inevitably caused another wave of panic. However, when they saw that the mutated beast only pulled the carriage forward and did not pounce on the people on the left and right, they gradually relaxed. Very soon, the carriage stopped at the entrance of the carrier business. When the people guarding the entrance of the business saw this, they were first shocked. When they saw the symbol of Yuan Zong, someone immediately went inside to report. Someone else went forward to welcome them. I wonder which expert from Yuan Zong is here. As soon as he finished speaking, a person lifted the curtain and came down. He cupped his hands and smiled faintly. I am Yuan Zong's deacon, Wang Hu. I am here to meet Jiyu Feng, manager Jiyu of your business. Sir, please wait for a moment. The manager will be here soon. That person was shocked and hurriedly replied. Yuan Zong's deacon. Apart from the sect master and the elders, the deacons were considered the people with real power in Yuanzhong. Not long later, Jiyu Feng walked out first. When he saw Wang Hu, his pupils constricted slightly. However, he quickly cupped his hands and smiled. "Deacon Wang, you are here. Quickly, come in and have a seat with me. Please. Please." The two of them entered one after another. Only the mutated beast was left resting at the entrance of the business. The rest of the people looked at each other and did not dare to interfere. "I heard from Yuanzhong's players that Yuanzhong will open the mountain gate in a few days. When that time comes, they will continue to recruit disciples. Should we go together?" LV Jian tilted his head and asked his companion beside him. Both of them were wearing the Blue Cloud sect's inner sect disciple uniform. Obviously, they were members of the Blue Cloud sect. "Is the news confirmed?" "It can't be wrong. My friend is an inner sect disciple of Yuanzhong." "Then why are we hesitating? We must think of a way to enter Yuanzhong." When Yuanzhong first recruited disciples, they did not make it. Later on, they heard that Yuanzhong had stopped recruiting disciples. Therefore, they joined the Blue Cloud sect. In terms of foundation, the Blue Cloud sect was much more profound than the newly established Yuanzhong. If not for the reputation of the Liang Mountain Stockade Master and the simple and clear requirements to enter the sect, Yuanzhong might not have been able to attract so many players. Especially after the sects were opened one after another, there were fewer players who wanted to join Yuanzhong. However, ever since the news and videos of Yuanzhong annihilating 7 sects in a short span of 3 to 4 days were uploaded to the forum, the other players suddenly came to a realization. The sect established by the Liang Mountain Stockade Master seemed to be too powerful. This was especially so for the players near the Liang Mountain True Dominion. At this moment, many of them felt a sense of crisis. What if Yuanzhong waved the butcher's knife at these sects? Would they run or not? Therefore, when the news that Yuanzhong was going to recruit disciples spread among the players, many disciples of the weaker sects and players from the sects near Yuanzhong had thoughts of betraying their sects. Rather than wait for Yuanzhong to come knocking on their door and then betray their sects and escape, they might as well take this opportunity to enter Yuanzhong and rely on this towering tree to develop steadily. As for the punishment for betraying the sect, it was not completely unbearable. For example, the situation of Lu Jian and Luo Yuan was just an abbreviation for the players from the Blue Cloud sect and the other sects. Almost on the same day, many players secretly betrayed their sects and rushed toward the Liang Mountain True Dominion. This was a big deal. It was not that the other sects did not notice it. However, when it came to Yuanzhong, they could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not see anything. On the other side, as the person who negotiated with Jiyu Feng, Wang Hu had already purchased a large amount of construction materials. Then, he asked the people of the Carrier Trading Company to escort them to the Stone Forest and Shining Plains. He wanted to establish a branch. It was impossible for them to just occupy a desolate mountain. At the very least, he had to look decent. Although he could not compare to Yuanzhong, he could not be too shabby. Time passed slowly. The construction of the branch was also in progress. With the help of a large number of Chaw's disciples and the fact that these people had a high cultivation base, the speed of the construction of the branch was much faster than when he had first established Yuanzhong. Qin Shujian had been silently cultivating the Great Dream Spirit Capture technique for the past few days. Without relying on his life source to deduce, this was the only cultivation technique that he could cultivate at the moment. He had already reached the limit of being able to cultivate the other cultivation techniques on his own. Very soon, a few days passed. In the blink of an eye, it was time for Yuanzhong's mountain gate to open. Chapter 185. After almost half a year, the Origin sect opened its doors again. Compared to the previous time, the Origin sect was only famous in the few true dominion nearby. On the day of the sect's opening, only players would be recruited. However, this time, when the Origin sect was about to open its doors, The news had already spread to most of the True Dominion in the North Cloud Manor, except for some remote True Dominion. Regardless of whether they were players or the aristocratic families in the game, however, when they heard that the Origin sect was opening its doors and was about to recruit disciples, they were all shocked and flocked to the Liang Mountain True Dominion. Half a month ago, if one were to ask about the Liang Mountain True Dominion and the Origin sect, most people in the North Cloud Manor's True Dominion might not have heard of them. After all, although the Protectorate Lord was famous, however, no matter how famous a domain lord of the true martial realm was, how famous could he be? However, now, the situation was completely different. 1,500 inner invulnerability experts had come out of the Liang Mountain and wiped out the Northern Blue, Fenghai, and Burning Mountain True Dominion's 7 sects in an instant. After this battle, all the sects in the True Dominion were shocked. Even the Spirit Protectorate had heard of the Origin sect. The reason the True Dominion was called the True Dominion was because of the existence of shackles. Any power that exceeded this limit would be suppressed. Anyone who tried to use force would also be punished by the heavens. 1,500 inner invulnerability experts, a Tao artifact, and a Protectorate Lord. With such strength, even if the major sects of the Spirit Protectorate entered the True Dominion, they might not be able to compete with the Origin sect. After all, even if a Spirit Martial Realm cultivator was suppressed to the peak True Martial Realm, it would be very difficult for them to be a match for a Protectorate Lord. A Protectorate Lord was a Protectorate Lord. He was considered invincible in a Protectorate. In fact, a Protectorate Lord was rarely a match for a Protectorate Lord in a Protectorate of the same level. However, anyone who became a Protectorate Lord, they were all existences who had broken their own limits. Therefore, before the Origin sect opened its doors, the news had already spread everywhere. Everyone, stop and rest for a while. The group of 6 pulled on the reins, and the galloping horses suddenly came to a stop. Soon after, they dismounted and found a shady place to sit down. Then, someone took food and water from the horses and distributed them to the rest of the people. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, Lin Jie put away the water bag and took out the map from his arms. He looked at it carefully, and after combining it with the terrain in front of him, his tired face finally showed some joy. We should be within the boundaries of the True Dominion of Mount Liang in another 5 kilometers. Really? Hearing this, the others also gathered around. Although they did not quite understand the map in front of them, they firmly believed in Lin Jie's words. They had arrived. It was finally here. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, a young girl asked, "Will Yuan Zhong really take us in? With our talents, it shouldn't be difficult for us to enter the Yuan sect. As long as we become Yuan sect's disciples, even the Celestial sect won't be able to do anything to us," replied Lin Jie confidently. As for Yuan Zhong, he already had a deep understanding of it. This sect, which had been established by a Protectorate Lord, had defeated the 7 sects not long ago by relying on its own strength. It was already an overlord power in the True Dominion. Such a force. What they cared about the most was their reputation. Although the Celestial sect was a large sect, it definitely could not threaten an overlord power in the True Dominion. Even if the Celestial sect really wanted to attack the Yuan sect, the Yuan sect might not necessarily lose if they fought in the True Dominion. At this thought, Lin Jie said in a low voice, "The family head once said that the Yuan sect's sect master, Qin Shujian, is a rare expert at the Protectorate Lord level. Any Protectorate Lord will at least be at the Divine Martial Realm in the future. It is even possible for him to surpass the Divine Martial Realm. Now that the Yuan sect is the overlord of the True Dominion, if we rely on this towering tree, we might be able to take revenge when the Yuan sect's sect master really rises. Furthermore, we are leaving secretly this time. The people of the Celestial sect might not know that we are coming to the True Dominion of Mount Liang. Anyway, the opening of the Yuan sect's mountain gate this time is our only chance." Upon hearing this, everyone else was silent. The Lin family used to be a powerful family, but that was in the past. Now, under the pressure of the Celestial sect, the entire Lin family had been annihilated. Only a few people had escaped. After they had escaped from the Lin family, they had not dared to stay in the spirit dominion. After all, the celestial sect had a great reputation in the spirit dominion. Nobody would offend the celestial sect for a few people who were struggling at death's door. Therefore, the true dominion had become the target of Lin Jie and the others. However, an ordinary sect in the true dominion would not be able to withstand a single blow from the celestial sect. They might even be sent to the celestial sect as soon as they found out about their identities. Therefore, in order to find protection, they had to be powerful enough to not fear the celestial sect. The Yuan sect, this was their only choice. In the end, Lin Jie instructed again, when we enter the Yuan sect this time, don't mention our identities to anyone. A little impatience will spoil great plans. When we have the chance in the future, we will naturally take revenge. Immediately, after a simple rest, the few of them continued to ride their horses towards the true dominion of Mount Liang. At the same time, now, fast horses and carriages could be seen entering the true dominion of Mount Liang at any time. There were also lone rangers heading towards the true dominion. Among them, this included many players. Isn't this move too risky? Why would it be risky? The more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Are you afraid that the Mount Liang stockade master will recognize you? Liu Qinghong looked at Cao Hong and shook his head. You have been in the game for so long and have killed so many wild monsters and intelligent NPCs. If one of them was standing in front of you, would you be able to recognize him? I can't. Cao Hong thought about it and realized that this seemed to make sense. Tens of thousands of players had died at the hands of the Mount Liang stockade master. There was no reason for him to remember the two of them. As a result, he felt much more at ease. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained. This was mainly because after betraying the Coiling Stone sect, the two of them had been looking for an opportunity to enter another sect. However, they had received news that the Yuan sect had opened its doors. In the true dominion, the sect with the lowest probability of being destroyed was definitely the Yuan sect. If they could take this opportunity to enter the Yuan sect, not only would they be able to develop steadily in the early stages, but they would also be able to find an opportunity to take advantage of the Mount Liang stockade master in the later stages. No matter how they thought about it, this was not a loss at all. If they had the opportunity to kill the Mount Liang stockade master, even if they had to endure the punishment of betraying the sect, the rewards offered by the other party would definitely be a profitable deal. With such thoughts in mind, Liu Qinghong and Cao Hong hit it off immediately after their discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Shujian, who was in his own courtyard, looked at Zheng Fang and asked, "How is the situation in the village below?" "All the outer sect disciples living below have been evacuated. A portion of them stayed in the Yuan sect, while the rest were scattered to the other mountain ranges." Zheng Fang stroked his beard without hesitation and said, "Based on the number of people who have come, even if we empty the village, we might not be able to accommodate all of them. There's nothing we can do if we can't accommodate all of them. Our preparations this time were still lacking. After the disciple recruitment ends, we might be able to expand the village below the mountain into a small town. Won't this incur the displeasure of the imperial court? It's just a place to accommodate most of the sect's own people." The imperial court won't be angry with the Yuan sect over such a small matter. If there's really a problem, I'll explain it to them. Qin Shujian shook his head and took a sip of tea. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Compared to the spiritual tea he had tasted in the Chengyun Trading Company and Marquis Bayun's villa, this tea without the slightest bit of spiritual energy was really inferior. Now the Yuan sect was rich. He felt that it was necessary to purchase some spiritual tea. Or else, it would be embarrassing if he didn't have anything suitable to entertain his guests. As for the people living in the village, let them settle their own meals. However, don't leave anything out when it comes to collecting money. Don't worry, sect master. Elder Shu will definitely take care of this properly. After Zheng Fang replied, he felt a little helpless. He didn't know why. His sect master seemed to be obsessed with money. No matter what he did, he couldn't do without money. Now that he had opened the mountain gate and was recruiting disciples, He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make some money. However, Zheng Fang didn't have any objections to Qin Shujian's decision. After all, the operation of a sect master was ultimately inseparable from money. In addition, the village was built by the sect and there was no reason for it to be used by others for free. Subsequently, Zheng Fang asked again, "Sect master, are you not going to show up this time? It's enough for you to show up for the recruitment of disciples. This time, select a few carefully. Aptitude is secondary. However, eliminate all those with improper conduct. It won't be too late for me to take a look at the last step." "I understand." The two of them chatted for a while. Finally, Zheng Fang looked at the sky and immediately got up to leave. The sun was high in the sky. It was also time to preside over the recruitment of disciples. After Zheng Fang left, Qin Shujian was the only one left in the courtyard. During this period of time, he had promoted a few more outer sect elders. Together with Zheng Fang and the others, the matters of the Yuan sect had been handled in an orderly manner. As the sect master, he didn't have to do everything personally. The sect wasn't like other things. It was a place where strength was respected. Qin Shujian was very clear that as long as he was strong enough to intimidate everyone, his position as the sect master would be unshakable. As for other things, they were just for him to use. Therefore, ever since Qin Shujian returned from destroying the 7 sects, he had been gradually delegating power to the elders, both big and small, to handle. As the sect master, he only needed to focus on increasing his strength. After drinking tea, he glanced at his own life force source. Oh, more than 10,000 life force source. With a thought, 10,000 life force source was consumed. A wave of scorching true essence emerged in his dantian. The raging flame technique had quietly entered the 5th level of the true martial technique. In its place, the sun flame had also evolved to the 5th level. TSK. Qin Shujian felt the increase in his strength and couldn't help but be in a good mood. He immediately got up and left the courtyard, walking towards the peak of Liang Mountain. After so long, it was time to have a good chat with that bow. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.